Yeah, that's cool, man. I saw what you linked. That's neat. All right, so here let's jump back over KSP Project Endurance Part 4. So, yeah, there's your specs, dudes. Hmm. I hate so much that EVGA isn't doing 40 series cards. Yeah. These specs just scream unoptimized game. You think so? KSP2 Discord be like, several people are typing. Very much so. I don't know, dudes. May I play devil's advocate for a second? That's what I just heard from my coder friends. They scream Unity game. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Can I, guys, and once again, I'm not saying you're wrong. It could be. I don't know. I don't know. But consider this. Like, those specs seem pretty on par for a game coming out today, right? And fellas, do you think for the people that are like this is bullcrap, for the people that are like that, do you and just hear me out. I'm not trying to say you're wrong. You could be right. I don't know. You tell me. When the game comes out, we'll find out, huh? It's in a couple of days. Not a couple, but do you think that they'd put down some pretty hardcore specs for Kerbal 2 out of the gates because they're committed to long-term they're committed to long-term aspects with this game? It wouldn't be the first time this happens. If you're going to work on a game for a long period of time, or you're going to be committed to a franchise game for a long period of time, you'd want to put down some pretty hardcore specifications out of the gates. The reason why is because you would try to scale into the technology that comes out in the future. I think the big hint is RTX in this regard, but I could be wrong. And GrabShark, I saw what you said. Higher specs than Cyberpunk, though. It is a simulation game. I mean, it's early access. They know they will have optimization issues out the wazoo. Of course they will. Yeah. This is not a general release, so you're thinking a bit ahead of where they are. It wouldn't be the first time, dudes. I know from, just being around and in the industry for a little while that sometimes if okay, I can give you guys an example if you really want to. And I know some people are going to be like, right? So, when GTA 5 came out 10 years ago, hint, when GTA 5 came out 10 years ago, they purposefully had insane system specifications. Now, don't get me wrong, it came out on console, but when they released it on PC, what Rockstar did was intentionally make it so it would scale into graphics technology that didn't exist yet. That's part of the reason why GTA 5 still looks good, even by today's standards. But I swear, if you go back and play GTA 5 on an Xbox 360, which is what it came out on, I know, crazy, right? If you sit back and go and play GTA 5 on an Xbox 360 and you compare it to running it nowadays on PC, you're going to be like, oh my goodness, I don't remember the graphics being this bad. So once again, I have no way to prove that. Even if I did have a way to prove that, I probably wouldn't be able to tell you. But cranking the minimum specs like this could be an indicator of a long-term business plan with this product, which does make sense with the whole early access thing. So, once again, could be wrong. Don't know. Even if I'm wrong and or right, I wouldn't be able to say, It required a 660 when the 980 was a thing. Honestly, they're using GPU based simulation. I don't think there's much issues for me to require this to be this insanely high. KSP isn't a game that needs insane graphics, especially when the number one complaint on KSP1 is bad performance. Lowest setting usually mean 900p 30 FPS on the console level. This has to come out on consoles as well. Have you heard of any commitment to a console version, Bauxy? Honest question. I don't recall them. Maybe I missed that one. I don't know. These specs are a commitment to a console version. They tuned for a PS5 level hardware. Pots, I'm not saying you guys are wrong. I'm saying I probably missed that. It's in the reveal trailer, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, Pots, can you guys point me in the right direction there? Just I'm not saying you're wrong. I just need to see it. I believe you. I need to see it. That's all. What's up, Savvy? Chat, see my repost if you missed it. Yep. According to the comparisons, the 1070 Ti is slightly better than a 260. Yeah, fellas, we'll put this to the test. I want to play it. I want to play it on my GTX 1070, and then we'll switch to the 3080 Ti. See what happens. Do you think physics are handled on GPU now? Do you think the physics are handled? I'm not sure, Goatbot. You know what, dude? I know about hardware, but I'm not. I'll admit I'm not that up to date on how Unity handles physics. It really depends on how they code it. They could offload the physics to the GPU. Sure. I don't know why you would do that, but I'm sure there's a use case for it. They're saying recommended, but what is the meaning of recommended? Like playing 2K at 165? I don't know, dudes. 6 out of the top 10 cards on the most recent Steam hardware survey met the minimum requirement, so I don't agree with the notion that nobody has the cards for this. Yeah, dad joke, I'm kind of getting at that too. For the Xbox Series, blah, blah, whatever they call Xbox now, PlayStation 5 version, they gave complete development. Content from the PC version must first be completed. Console versions will come out as soon as possible after the completion of the early access period. This also means that the console versions will benefit from many of the improvements applied over the course of early access. Oh, okay, Balk. Cool. Yeah, I'll test it on my GTX 1070. Guys, I have an EVA GTX 1070 on this computer, the one that I play Kerbal with. You can just see my Twitter feed and Discord, my freaking Discord up in the top right corner there. Compared to a full world simulator like X-Plane, these specs are insane. Laminar recommends i5 1260, 8 GB of RAM, RTX 270, and X-Plane is heavy.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Somebody gifted NASA a tier 1 sub. Thanks, NASA. Very cool. Do you think they even made a profit on the console versions? Like, did anybody actually buy it? Yeah, people bought it, but I would contend to say that Kerbal 1 coming out on the console was a very poorly timed thing. They released a console version like 5 years after the game came out or something. When did the... Hold on. I need to check something. Did it come out at 1.0? I have to go look. I didn't spell release right. Did you notice that the strong back being a bit on fire shortly after liftoff? I saw it, Reagan, yeah. The argument here would be that KSP 1 with mods will look better and require less of a PC than these minimum requirements. I mean, Yarg, I could drop a line if you want. Sure, not a problem. I mean, fellas, okay, so like I said, I'm playing devil's advocate here. I don't know why they do this. It could be unoptimized. It might not be. I don't know. But See, here's the thing, dudes. They have to know. They have to have. They have to have known. You know, like you do market research for a game like this, dude. You don't just come up with some minimum specs willy nilly. Like you don't make the product, right, and then be like, oh crap, this doesn't work well on an old card, right? You would develop around the hardware, right? Like, am I wrong? Like, I'm not that much of a software engineer, but from what I know about systems engineering, that makes sense, right? So the one thing that I can't help but turn in my mind, and once again, I don't have, in terms of specs, I don't have any insider information. I didn't even know the specs of the computer that I played KSP on. I have no idea. I don't know what it was. I have no idea. I didn't bother to ask. I was too enamored with the game. So hardware survey video cards. So they had to have done market research, right? Like they had to have done something. This isn't just some arbitrary thing that they pulled out of thin air. Like I'm pretty sure they didn't just go and make Kerbal and then be like, oh crap, we need a really hardcore graphics card to make this work. You know, like, I don't know. Like, right? Like you wouldn't do that. That doesn't make any sense. And they've had a good amount of time to sit there and think about it, especially through the pandemic and stuff. They've had time to think about it and do the right market research. And I'll be honest, and this is my kind of personal anecdote here, but I've never gotten a vibe that Private Division or Intercept has no idea what they're doing. They're pretty damn on their game. So take that for what it's worth. I don't know. It's all about the minimum user experience so they don't have to refund. And not that it wouldn't run with a 1060. You really need to tell the devs our opinion on this. You could on the Discord, Zay. I think people's discomfort is that the specs don't meet their preconceptions. People anticipated that the CPU would be a higher requirement and not the GPU, and current GPUs are expensive, so people are unhappy. It also makes sense to overestimate the specs and have people be surprised rather than underestimate it and have people mad. Well, Samkar, this very much seems like a damned if you do, damned if you don't scenario. What's the Discord? Their Discord is 100 messages per minute right now. Any feedback is swarmed by kids posting memes. Yeah, okay. People are losing their dang minds on the Discord. This is why they need performance levels listed next to the specs. We all need to remember that this is an early release, not a finished game. And if they weren't pushed into early release, this likely wouldn't be an issue. And guys, what did I tell you, dude? What did I tell you? Man, I'm not trying to invalidate people that have concerns about this because, yeah, that's a tall order. Graphics cards aren't exactly cheap right now. Definitely get that one. I was lucky enough to have a viewer give me one, or else I would be out a good chunk of change right now. And to the person that gave that to me, thank you very much. I do really appreciate it. But on the other hand, like, it's supposed to be like a next generation game. Like, I can't help but go back to think about that they're going to be committed to KSP2 for some time, especially with the early access roadmap. So if you're going to do that, if you're going to have a game that has a operations and development cycle of 5 years, what I would do is think about what's going to be the average thing that people are running in 2.5 years from now, right? And that's what I would make my minimum specs. I'll bet you the game runs on something on a lesser graphics card. But then again, RTX could be the game changer there. But then again, in 2.5 years, RTX might be normalized enough where everybody has it. It's hard to scale your game to the specs when the specifications on graphics cards change so rapidly. Your graphics are not next gen. It has RTX, Josh. That's, I mean, that seems to be like RTX is, you know, ray tracing is becoming, like real-time ray tracing is becoming the norm here. Arguably, it would be better to say 1060 minimum for medium settings at 60, or if it's simulation, if it's a simulation constraint. You see, Rocky Guy, people are saying, "Oh, we need to know the performance. We need to know the performance. We need to know the performance." Does it? Well, I mean, I assume that both the cards have RTX on there, guys. I don't know. I'm honestly telling the truth. I have no idea. If it had RTX, the other minimum GPU wouldn't be a 5600 XT. Okay, so Max, I was making that assumption because the NVIDIA cards both have RTX on them. That was just an assumption on my part. My bad. Probably shouldn't do that right now. There's also regulation. In Europe, you can't change minimum requirements after release. Yeah, Cientic, that could be a thing, dude. Right? I would guess that it needs access to VRAM. But you don't have to run it on ultra settings. Like if you put everything on low, it'll run on lower end cards. Yeah, Ace, that's my assumption here. And see, okay, fellas, you got to understand. And not you got to understand. I'm not trying to be a dick about this, but okay, so consider this, right? Consider what is minimum? So what if they go out and say that with these minimum specifications, you're going to get, with the minimum specs, you're going to get 60 frames. Okay, what does that mean? Heck, when I play Kerbal with a 1500 part ship, I get 60 frames. It's the simulation that bogs down. So what are these, you know, like you could say, oh, you will get 60 frames with this. Like, it's hard to say, like, you're going to get 60 frames with that, but what if you have, like, a 10,000 part ship? Your computer will just be like, nope. Right? How do you determine these specifications, right? I think that's just something to consider, right? Maybe they're hedging their bets because they think people are going to build high part count ships. It's just, there's, I don't know. I guess I don't really understand why people are just defaulting to this thing. Oh, this is going to suck. They have no idea what they're doing. They have no idea what they're doing. I call me biased, dudes, but I really didn't get that vibe from them. And believe me, I'm not going to run cover for them either. What I am going to do is tell you the truth because it's in my best interest that Kerbal performs correctly, don't you think? I kind of have a certain monetary stake in this damn game doing good, right? I wouldn't run cover for them. I really wouldn't. I'm telling you everything as truthfully as I can within the confines of, you know, disclosure agreements and stuff. Or non-disclosure agreements, excuse me. Just, you know, stuff to consider, dudes. The only surprise is the storage requirement. I'm kind of interested why the minimum and recommended requirements are two different things for storage space. That's a little weird. System requirement is not entirely in their hands. They are using an off-the-shelf engine. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I strongly recommend to change the topic. Why, drummer? It will be difficult to stay unbiased in the upcoming days. Well, Blue, you have my word, and you know I take this stuff seriously regarding being like as forthcoming as I possibly can with you guys. Like, you know, I had to say I was going to Detroit because I didn't want people to put two and two together. I wanted it to be a surprise. I wanted to surprise you, right? But I generally don't do stuff like that. I'm generally pretty transparent about what happens, you know, in the background of the stream. You know, I don't like the ads and stuff. I try to treat you guys with respect as much as I can, with the exception of a few people. You don't deserve respect, but anyway. Honestly, it sucks, but yeah, this is PC gaming. There's a lot of people who aren't familiar with this. People who are used to consoles where the hardware is mostly static and improvements come from optimization. The norm of the PC runs again. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point, dude. Drummer, if it's getting to be, folks are getting their pitchforks out. I don't think anybody here is being necessarily upset. Everybody seems to be pretty civil in chat. You guys just roll with it. Just roll with me. Don't freak out. There's still a lot of unknowns. Yeah, 95, it's kind of crazy to me. Dude, I will say that this is giving me some pretty hardcore insight into how people, this is giving me some pretty hardcore insight into how people kind of ride the hype train coming up to a video game. It's super interesting to me. I mean, I don't know, Havocs, yeah. One reason is that if you choose the small install, you'd have to download data real time when you play it, and that takes more time. When you go full install, you get the data. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, Aqualex, yeah, that makes sense. It's obviously the textures. The textures are some of the most hard, like disk space intensive things around. This is 101 of court of public opinion. Storage may be based on high fidelity, planets, and minimum specifications. I agree, Jeff Tor, yeah. The complaining is due to the players and creators becoming larger and larger. Well, Jeff Tor, even before they released the specs on the game today, I said that people are going to pitchfork this game because they want to be mad. And that kind of sucks, dude. But that is something that I'm kind of seeing based off of like your reactions. And I have the KSP Discord up, and oh my god, what a train wreck over there. Holy crap. Yeah, it's very interesting because I'm coming from a position where I have some insight on the development of this game. Not that I could tell you anything, right? It's just weird seeing it from the other side. It's very strange. Yeah, it's like when you're when you go to a restaurant and get food served to you rather like. And then the flip side of that is working in a restaurant. Anybody, you work in a restaurant, it's a different experience. It's an absolutely different experience. Yeah, even though you're interacting with the same people, being on the receiving end of having food served to you and then being the one that serves the food and takes the orders, those are way two different things, almost to the point where you're not even in the same world, right? It's weird seeing it from the waiter side of things because I really haven't. I haven't worked on any games in a very, very long time. Never eating any meat at a restaurant ever again. All right. It's interesting. Or they have a bunch of uncompressed audio. Uncompressed audio, Dwarshak. Yeah, it'll get you better. You'll get definitely, uncompressed audio will get you better sound quality, but it, just like uncompressed video and uncompressed textures, takes up a ton of space. I don't see any problem with the minimum system. What I think people are having a problem with is that the minimum is so far over what every other game has. It's shocking. It almost seems like sticker shock. And once again, Killer, yeah, I get that. That makes sense. That makes sense to me. Yeah. I mean, but my mind is just defaulting back to long-term commitment to this game. These minimum specifications seems to be what would be like mature and current, like not current gen hardware, but like kind of what's the norm, like garden variety stuff in a couple of years, which tells me that there's commitment to a long-term project, and I have the early access there to back that up. Their early access roadmap tells me that they're committed to that Private Division and Intercept are committed to Kerbal 2 for a long period of time. Is that a reasonable logic extrapolation? Do you think I'm being biased in that regard? It sounds right to me. Like, I don't know. What am I missing? But also the average Joe doesn't take that into account. I'm really just worried that they're not thinking about people who can't really afford those minimum specs. Yeah, but Zay, you're worried about that, but they would absolutely take that into account. Why? Because they want to sell more copies of the game. There's no way they would miss that. That's what I mean. These minimum specs must be designed for a median. And that's got to be based off of some type of market research somewhere, meaning that they didn't forget about you, right? Or else, how would you draw the minimum specs? Right? Like, that doesn't make any sense. Yeah, exactly, Novaraptor. Mm-hmm. But also the average Joe doesn't... Okay, all right. As far as this space goes, most space, mo mod, same goes for KSP1. Yeah. Mill, to be honest, as a software developer and in game dev in your free time, these minimum requirements look like this is what you need to have a great experience. Multiplayer means server. Servers usually don't have the GPU, so simulation will probably be done on the CPU. The i5-6400 is old, Q3 2015. And with that said, we haven't played it, so we don't know how it performs. Bingo. Yeah, exactly. A lot of... Waymill, and once again, I'm trying to just kind of wrap my head around why people are concerned about it. And guys, in Drummer, this is the reason why I'm doing this is because I'm trying to boil down the crucible of like negative feedback to figure out what idea you guys are honing in on. And I'm not gonna lie to you. I'll tell them. I'll relay the information as best as I can, which is why I chose to kind of keep going with this. I'm serious. Like, and don't get me wrong. Don't turn this into, oh, well, EJ's gonna tell them for me. No, if you have a line, drop them a line. Don't be a dick about it, though. You know, not that anybody here is doing that. You know, you guys are actually being pretty damn cool about it, and I do appreciate it. They spent a lot of money for the intellectual property and a lot of money on development. They most definitely want a long-term return. Yeah, Goatbot, I think that's a reasonable extrapolation. I don't think that I have any insider knowledge where that couldn't be figured out. That's kind of what I'm getting at. To your point about long-term commitment, are they not building it to play on current available systems? That potentially is an issue. Specs should be increased, but minimum specifications, meaning the lowest bound for any play typically should be the current accessible hardware. Which is why, Rocket Guy, I have a feeling that my GTX 1070 will play it. And guys, you know what? I'll put my money where my mouth is. When Kerbal 2 comes out, I'll play it on the 1070 just to prove that point, or just so people could be reassured, you know. As a graphics person, I don't think the things we see on the screen require that much GPU performance. So unless there's something crazy on it like physics, then it should run well on lower end, unless it's so badly optimized. Yeah, Ace. Yeah, direct. Yeah, okay. To play devil's advocate to my devil's advocate, nice. If they're struggling to optimize the game, then recommending higher potential hardware helps to compensate for the performance of the game. If someone is playing and is having like a 5 FPS slideshow, they have the ability to say, "See, I told you need a 3080. It's not our fault. It's your system." I suppose. How do these minimum specs compare to Icarus? I'd have to go look, Bren. Yeah. Fortunately, I'm not a gamer anymore. Nice. If the 260 RTX is closer to the 1080 GTX, then why not say the minimum specs are the 1080 GTX instead? Yeah, and that's the stuff I'm trying to figure out here. Why would you do this? Because there's no way that they didn't post these systems requirements here and not know that was going to happen. There's no way. There's no way that's a thing. The i5-6400 spec is 100% fine, as is the RAM, and disk phase is a bit higher than expected, but not an issue. But it's the GPU that's really high. Hate doesn't always have a reason. Yeah, well, Blue, basically, yeah, you're right. And what I'm trying to do is make sure that people don't just want to be mad. I'm trying to boil down people's legitimate concerns to make sure they're actually legitimate. Does that make sense? Because I don't want to go to any of the private division guys right now and be like, hey, people say the minimum requirements suck. And they're going to be like, okay, so what? Like, all right, why would you tell me this? Like, you know, I don't like going unprepared into a conversation like that, you know? Because if I'm going to stick my neck out, if I'm going to do that, I want to make sure that these are legitimate, you know? The 3080 is about $900. I think that sums it up pretty well. I think the fact that KSP 1 graphics were piss poor and KSP 2 has proper shaders is important to note. People will likely expect their laptop with integrated graphics card to run KSP 2. Not missing anything at all. They say the life cycle of the original, and then doing everything they can to allow the same thing to happen to KSP 2, especially with Neartea focusing on modding friendliness. Yeah, Aqualex, that's what I mean. I think these minimum specs are gonna look trivial in a couple of years from now. So it's entirely possible that the game will run just fine on a computer with lower than minimum specifications right now. But there's no way There's no way in hell that they didn't do the market research here. And there's no way in hell they didn't know that this was going to happen. I'm 100% sure of this. Like, that just goes against everything about releasing an early access game in today's like kind of gaming market. Like there's no way you didn't know that this was going to happen, right? So that tells me that there's a reason there. And once again, I could be drawing lines that aren't there, you know? It's possible. Once it comes out, I'm sure there will be some good YouTube videos that test it on several GPUs. Yeah, of course. Given that recommended specs are usually specs that won't make it run like a slideshow, I'm afraid my i7 with a 3080 is barely going to cut it. Well, Duckman, we won't know the answer to that until the game comes out. Savvy, what's on your mind, buddy? Sorry, a lot of paragraphs, dudes. This has a lot more to do with the prices of AMD and NVIDIA GPUs than anything to do with KSP. PC gamers are getting shafted by both companies on the prices of new cards, in more ways than I will get into. Having a spec calling for a 3080 hits the wallet like crazy for most people, versus a generation old like many games recommend. Also, Steam hardware surveys where most devs get their PC spec data. Yep. So, yeah, I mean, if they're basing it off that means they're doing market research. Systems requirements for Icarus. 1060 on the graphics card. Natalie, did I just imagine the last few years of it being impossible to buy a GPU? Yeah, well, we have freaking crypto bros to thank for that, dude. Yeah, killer. Interesting. I thought I heard something. Interesting. Also, the specs will have to take into account that laptop GPUs are less powerful than desktop cards. Adding up all of the requirements, only 28.76% of Steam users can run it at minimum specs. There's no... See, dude... Forge, I look at that, there's no way they missed that. There is not a chance in hell. Like, I've never gotten... I know people that work at Private Division. I know people that work at Intercept. There's no way they missed that. Those guys are sharp. They're on their game because they know a lot's riding on this. There's no way they missed it. So there's another reason, and I'm not sure what that reason is. That's what I'm trying to hone in on. Yeah, Tesla, laptop. Yeah, I got you. Compare this release with PC games from the 2000s. People have been lamenting the minimum specs of new games for a while. Yeah, Aqualex, and I'm trying to make sure that hype in that regard is not just people wanting to be outraged about something, because you know there's people all over the place that just want to be mad. Stay mad. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to make sure these are legitimate concerns. And the one thing I've been able to really hone in on is that graphics cards are super freaking expensive. So in order to get KSP2 to any reasonable enjoyment, people are going to have to spend a crap ton of money. I think that's a fair and legitimate concern, 100%. Yeah, absolutely. Who in this economy has $800 to drop on a graphics card? No one. Not even that makes perfect sense to me. I think that is the one thing. That's the one thing I've heard from just the feedback here that makes the most sense. So I think that's right, and I think that's conclusive. So now let's flip that for a second, right? We'll focus on that. There is no way they did not know this. There is no way they did not know that. When you're releasing a game, the marketing people are watching market conditions. They're doing market research, to make sure that they have the best possible chance of financial success. There's no way they overlooked this. So that means it's there for a reason, right? That means those minimum specs are there for a reason. What could be that reason? That's what I'm trying to figure out now. I think using Steam survey as an argument is a bit flawed. Well, we don't know what they used, Dwarshak. We don't know. They could have done a blind study. Maybe they used Steam. I personally wouldn't be happy with one source of data for like PC specifications. And I don't think that they would do something like that. I would want more than that. I would do surveys all over the place. I think there are a lot of people that use Steam to play esports game like CSGO and Dota, and that stuff can run on absolute potato machines. So there's an overrepresentation of extremely low-end machines. And finding and using 2 data sources would corroborate that. Am I wrong? It's also a specialized game. Racing games have high requirements. If you want to enjoy the game to the max, you're going to have to invest the money. Yep. Mm-hmm. If your game can't run well enough, marketing won't save you. But Phil, do you honestly think that they would go into this knowing how high profile this launch is with a piece of junk? I really don't think so. That makes, dude, why would you do that? I mean, but then again, we did see that with Cyberpunk. So, like, once again, I don't know. It's up in the air until we get the game. I mean, but then again, I would contend to say that Cyberpunk is not a bad game. Cyberpunk was good out of the box. I literally I put probably about 50, 60 hours into it on stream and had no problems with it. Out of the box. The thing with Cyberpunk is that it wasn't a revolutionary game. It's just a good game. Cyberpunk's great. I think it's really fun. Now, I know that people did have hardware problems with it, and that sucks. You know? Yeah, probably Aqualux. Yeah, I would agree with you on that one. But once again, dude, there's no way they didn't take that into account. There's got to be another reason. Why would you willingly put yourself in this position? According to Flo, your KSP2 experience at the ESA event was using a Ryzen 9 7900X with 4080s. They could have used GTA Online for the spec survey. It's possible, Tessa, yeah. Also the fact that KSP1 has terrible graphics so it can run on a potato. Luckily I have a 260 Super in my desktop, really hoping minimum spec is playable. I really don't think you're going to have any problems, dude. It's about RTX. The 20 series didn't do it very well. RTX is obviously a requirement for the game to look good. Yeah, maybe. And what, delay it for another year? Every game comes out broken nowadays. So, yeah, Phil, that's totally fair, but also early access. Right? Early access. This is an early access game. Hellfish brought up a good point. You can't expect this thing to be fully optimized out of the box, right? What early access game is like that? I mean, Satisfactory was glitchy as hell when it first came out. Nobody batted an eye because it's a really fun game, and then they just made it better and better and better from there. And, dude, that brings me to another point, which kind of makes more sense in my head now. How the hell can you optimize Kerbal out of the box? A game like KSP has to be early access. There's just... How would you do that? How would you optimize it out of the box? You got to release it. You got to have a mass playtest. There's no other way to do that. Right? Am I wrong? Like, I think that's fair. I think KSP2 has hit a transition period for computing power where they need to upgrade the minimum, but the industry is not catching up with the price dropping because of backlash in the gaming community. Interesting. Problem with Cyberpunk was them over-promising. Yeah, Aqualex, so let's apply that to Kerbal. Are they over-promising anything here? I think they've been pretty straightforward that KSP2 is going to be a next-gen Kerbal, right? Like, they've been pretty straightforward about that. Once again, I'm legitimately asking you guys because I know the developers. So, and your opinion changes when you can put faces to names. It absolutely does. And I'm not going to sit here and pretend like it doesn't. That would be foolish. I guess it's time to SLS my Twin 28. You know what, Zeppelin? I know you meant SLI. You should SLS more cards. We should call it that from now on. Who's to say they do it willingly rather than announcing themselves into a corner with premature release dates? Yeah, Doc. Yeah, interesting points. Interesting points. Flight sims is the same thing with space simulation. Like KSP is well known with taxing a PC. Yeah, I mean, Flight Sim's minimum specs were the same. Flight Sim had hardcore minimum specs, if I'm remembering right, because it's a freaking ridiculous game that renders like the entire environment, right? Hang on, I'm shutting my door. Like, am I wrong? I think that's fair. But nobody batted an eye with Flight Sim. I mean, actually, did people do that? I forget. Were people pissed off about the minimum specs for Flight Sim? It's quite low VRAM on the minimum. Majority of cards 100 series have more than that, so it's probably a negating fact. Yeah. Hey, at one point the specs to play KSP2 acceptably were pretty damn high. I guess that makes some sense. Yeah. So it could be the specs for early access and not full release. It does make it a thing to say early access up there. That was clearly indicated, and it's red and black. It's red background on black text, so it's designed to catch your eye. And it's just good graphics design. It's reasonable to assume they will optimize the game between early access and 1.0. I think that's fair, Josh, and I think that's why these specs are a chonker. I think these specs are ridiculous because they haven't optimized it yet, which does make sense. That reads perfectly for an early access game. So, are we really overpromising? I don't think so. I just know for a fact that no gaming company in this day and age, knowing how negative press can really screw your game up nowadays, right? No company would go into a development cycle like this and not be cognizant of that. That's foolish. I really don't think that would happen. Yeah, Aqualex, exactly. Yeah, they're not promising it'll work well, but if it does, the sentiment will be reversed. Yeah, that's right. The majority of the games since the use of the internet to play has closed betas for test runs before release. I started World of Warcraft in beta. Yeah, okay. Flight sim minimum is less than this. Interesting. You're wrong. Wait, what are we talking about? When people was not pissed. Yeah, right. Yeah. I'm just trying to make sure that the concerns are legitimate, and the graphics card thing seems to be a little bit of sticker shock. That's once again, that's concrete. I know that. No, because flight simmers are used to spending absurd amounts of money on their hobby anyway. Yeah. Dad joke, just playing an idea here. Do you think that the Kerbal developers, people know that the spaceflight community and the people that are going to play Kerbal know that that's what's going on? Do you think they know that, are you likely to upgrade your computer for KSP2? That seems like something they would ask in a survey question, right? Are you going to fly the 225 in Flight Sim? Yeah, Linus, maybe. Over enterprising life, you keep it. Yeah, okay, I already read that. You guys are going awfully fast. KSP went through optimization after the 1.0 release. Yep, I guess KSP2 could be less intensive if it unloaded a majority of the other crafts. RJ, there's no way that they'd go into this knowing that, oh, it plays fine on our computers. Why doesn't it play fine on your computer? That's not how modern game development works, dude. It does not work like that, right? That doesn't happen. Games used to push people into new cards all the time, but the last few years have changed with the GPU costs. Yeah, freaking crypto. Is that bad that that's the reason why I don't like crypto? Because it's jacking the price on graphics cards, and it's so freaking annoying because it's a pain in the butt to upgrade your graphics card. All I can see is the meme from Blizzard. What, you guys don't have $1,000 graphics? Yeah, Yama Rider. I'm pretty sure they would not do that based off of situations like, yeah, well, what you don't have? Why don't you have $1,000 graphics card? I don't think they're that out of touch, man. So NDA aside, did you take a look at the PC specs for the computers at the ESA event? I was too enamored with the game, Hokie. I was too enamored with the game. I didn't. I know that some people asked. Somebody said Florian asked, and Florian was sitting next to me. Actually, no, he was down a little ways, but yeah. Flo, Tim's cameraman. Then you have the Harry Potter game riding that negative publicity to new heights. Yeah, interesting, Killer Fun. Interesting. I also think that it's a conscious decision not to target the lower level hardware. If you design the game with the 3080 as your optimal GPU, then it allows you to have much more impressive features in the game as the game develops. If you constrain yourself to a 2080 or something as your recommended GPU, then you're forcing yourself into a much tougher position. They're anticipating scalable technology. They're anticipating graphics cards getting better. I agree. I absolutely agree with you. I think that's the reason why they're doing it. The recommended specs are the minimum specs 5 years from now. Does that make sense? There's plenty of games that do this. Grand Theft Auto 5 did this. Red Dead did this. They all do this because it's easier to develop it. You can get more out of the product. I mean, I think I know how people feel about GTA Online, and yeah, Lord knows you're absolutely right, but I think Rockstar got their money's worth from that game. Don't you think? Read that question. 100% not within the first year. Use the amount of stuff. Yeah, yeah. Where did you get that image from? This one? It's off the KSP Discord. I want some definition on what minimum means. Does that mean the lowest possible? Yeah, Savvy. That's what I mean. I think this is, somebody mentioned it in chat. I think that's minimum like perfect experience. You know what I mean? Which I have a feeling the GTX 1070 is going to work. Crypto isn't just hogging chips. It's also consuming as much electricity as an entire country. Yep. Yeah, Hokey. No worries. Yep. Aqualex, I saw your last. Guys, I'm a little ways behind in chat. Well, there we go. 4080 ordered for delivery on Monday. Nice. Good point. KSP2 is going to be a thing for a long time. Better to not hamstring it. I think that's what's going on. Did you ever notice Did I ever notice I'm really handsome above average? Well, thank you, Fax. Okay, I'm caught up, dudes. Nobody's thinking about minimum like that? If the 2060 is similar to the 1070, they should have said 1070 in the first place. I wish I had the money to casually go. There we go. 4080 ordered. Yeah. Yeah, Lewis. I mean, fucking life, dude. But my dad always said, and once again, I know that everyone's different. Everyone's different. Everybody's in different scenarios, all walks of life, capabilities, and limitations. I get it. My dad always said, you can always make more money. Never have enough. Right? The early access thing, we could make a Discord group where people post the specs and how well KSP runs on their system. Perhaps. I'm sure in the Intercept Games Discord, they'll let people know when the game comes out how badly it runs or how good it runs. I'm sure they'll let them know. They're anticipating this. The Intercept Games Discord was not an accident. Everything is calculated, guys. That's how games are released nowadays. The early access thing is why I've been pushing you to say it that way instead of saying it's coming out. I could see this coming out and I was worried about a negative reaction to it as people forgetting that it's not 1.0. Yeah. And Aqualex, I think it's no secret right there that early access is highlighted in red. It's got to be. That's got to be what's going on, dude. I think... Okay, so I've compiled enough data. Let's boil this down, all right? So, people are pissed off about these minimum specs because not everybody has $1,000 to go drop on a graphics card. I would say that is a legitimate concern. We knew that already. So that's thing one. So the next question there is, why would they do this? Why would they do this way? Well, I think they would do it this way for two reasons, right? First and foremost, it's an early access game. That tells me that, with early access, you expect bugs, expect glitches, expect it to not be fully optimized, obviously. Now, why? Well, this game's roadmap is going to have multiplayer put into it later. Interplanetary travel, base building, right? That is all stuff that requires implementation now and development based off of a massive amount of people playing the game, right? There's no way you're going to know. Like, say they release multiplayer with early access, right now. There's no way that would be optimized. There's not a chance that would be optimized. No way. No way. The best way to go is user feedback, right? But see, here's the thing. We do know from the KSP trailers, dudes, that they absolutely are doing parallel development. There is the infrastructure built into Kerbal 2 out of the box for multiplayer. They did an entire docuseries video about this. I think it was like episode 5 or episode 6 or something like that. I don't remember. But I know they talked about parallel. That stuff is... The infrastructure for multiplayer is in the game right now. But it's probably not optimized. But they're probably going to have to optimize the game through early access. Which means and this is the second part, that these specs right here are the specifications that's going to be the norm when they foresee this game releasing in Kerbal Space Program 2 1.0. That's the specs for 1.0. I'm willing to bet money on this. I'm pretty damn sure, right? And the reason why I'm pretty sure about this is because it makes no sense. Why would you do that when you know graphics cards are so expensive? There's no way they didn't do that research. There's not a chance. Development doesn't work like that. They're not just shooting from the hip, okay? No way. There's no way. Trying to run and release games like that will end up like what happened with Railroads Online. That's shooting from the hip. Heck, I think someone could maybe even make the argument that KSP 1 was shooting from the hip as well, which explains just kind of the intermittent updates with it, right? I think that's the play, and that makes sense, you know. But you can't predict the future. Yeah, fortune favors the bold, I suppose, Phil, right? The only thing that makes no sense is paying for a not finished product. Nah. Now, I have my own reservations about early access. There was a time where early access just meant 1.0. But, just like anything else, the gaming industry has become so ridiculously lucrative, right? It's become so ridiculously lucrative in this day and age that it's tough to keep people's attention. It's true. People on the internet have the attention span of a walnut, and myself included. I'm not exempt from that. Look at how easy it is for me to bounce from topic to topic. That happens. That's just the internet nowadays, right? Facts. Welcome to Mission Control. You go with throttle up. EJ dropping some Matt Damon quotes. Ironically, Matt Damon crypto quotes, right? Does this renew? Tier 1 does. Yep. I think that something needs to be said that it is a mistake not to provide contextual information on what minimum and recommended means. I think that's another thing, Dwarshak. Yeah. KSP 1 system specs for comparison. Yep. But S, you know that those minimum system specs mean nothing if you have a 1,000-part ship. Am I wrong? How, dude? Yeah, I think Dwarshak. I think that's the third part of this. The third part of this is the context for what minimum and recommended means. I think that's the big part of this. What the heck is minimum? Is that minimum with a 1,000-part ship? Is that minimum with an interplanetary vessel that's 1,500 parts going to the other star system in the game that they're going to put in? What does that mean? What is that minimum specification based off of? I think that leads to the third thing. We need context for what this means. And even the recommended specs are useless when you have hundreds of mods. Exactly. The only thing we need right now is context because everything else is left to interpret. And imaginations run wild. Yeah, Rocket Guy, and that's what I'm trying to make sure. I'm trying to hone in on if people are like legitimately concerned about this or if we're just trying to ride the negative Nancy train, you know what I mean? The negative Nancy train, nice. Wait, what if the recommended spec took mods into account? I don't know how they would take into account mods that don't exist, Novaraptor. That doesn't really make any sense. There's no way to reasonably extrapolate what type of mods people are going to develop for your game. The only thing that's concrete is knowing that the game is moddable, right? People are concerned until they see the context. Yeah, Yarg, I'm just trying to make sure we don't steer the ship into the side of the canal and get stuck. You know what I'm saying? We are transiting on a canal from KSP 1 to KSP 2. Just trying to make sure we don't get stuck. Oh, Aqualex, yeah, exactly. We know they're... yeah, that's right, man. We know they're developing it in parallel. Try not to evergreen it. Yep. You don't want... I don't want people freaking out, man. Like, once again, I have a pretty big vested interest in Kerbal doing well. Don't you think? That's why I'm not going to... like, I'm going to be fair with this. I'm trying not to let The fact that I know people at Private Division and Intercept Games screw with my judgment. It's different. It's different when it's your friends, man. It's very different. And I'm not simultaneously, I'm trying to be fair about this because it's in my best interest that the game does well. So I'm going to be fair to you guys, and I'm going to try to be fair to them as well. I think that's pretty concrete in terms of eliminating confirmational bias here, don't you think? The dev said in Discord that a response is being prepared. Yeah, Love Raptor. Well, that's the difference between being right and being correct. You know what I mean? If you take an idea, take your own idea, and you think it's a good idea, and you throw as many monkey wrenches into that idea as well, you're going to end up with a superiorly honed product. Right? And in this case, the product of ideas is, you know, how we can reasonably extrapolate that I understand the reasons why these minimum specs are the way that they are. Yeah, I hope so, Killer. I hope so. Just seen on the Intercept Discord. What is that, Aqualux? Breaking news. KSP2 hype train workers have gone on strike for sick pay. Yep. My priority is that KSP2 improves upon KSP1. I'd say that's fairly middle road. Blue, I'm not gonna sit like, guys, I don't play Kerbal because I want to make money off of it. I play Kerbal because I love it. I love spaceflight and I love this game first and foremost. Like, but me playing this game also puts food on the table, and I really have to take that into account. Like, this is my job. I don't do this. Brimo and I don't eat. Like, there's no way we could handle all the bills off one of our salaries. There's no way. Everything is expensive nowadays, am I right? We both have to work. So, I'm not going to sit here and say that I don't have a vested interest in Kerbal 2 being a financial success. Absolutely. I want people to watch the game. I want people to play the game. I want people to buy the game and then come watch the stream. That makes me more money. I can't say that that's not part of the reason why I do this. But I will say that the biggest reason why I do this is because I love Kerbal and I love breaking things in KSP and rockets, man. That's I wouldn't be doing this for 10 years if money was my biggest concern. I don't make that much money off this stream. It's just pretty much a garden variety salary position at any tech company. You know, like if money was my biggest concern, I wouldn't stream. Like, there are other ways to make more money. I don't know, Jack. Yeah, probably. And I love refrigerators. Sorry, repost. Not sure if you saw it. Had to get up for a quick second. One of the KSP staff on their official Discord said a statement is being prepared. Hopefully we get context. Yep. A garden variety salary position at a tech company comes with pretty damn good money usually. Havocs, remember where I live. $70,000 salary position in Oklahoma is very different than a $70,000 salary position in California. Statement is just posted. Okay, you linked the channel. Minimum is 1080p at low settings. Recommended is 1440p at high settings. Yeah, there you go, Havocs. Let me go check. Okay, fellas, for additional context, minimum is 1080p at low settings, recommended is 1440p at high settings. These systems requirements are to ensure a high-quality experience while playing KSP2 in a variety of in-game scenarios. KSP2 will work across a wide variety of hardware beyond what is listed in our recommended specs. Boom! We predicted that one. See? Nailed it. with performance scaling based on the size and complexity of the crafts that you build. Holy crap, I should make money off this. Damn, I'm good. Yes. Oh, ow. I dislocated my arm sleeping. Don't ask. Feel that, buddy? Huh? I have exorcised the demon. Seriously, my sleep schedule is so screwed up that I fell asleep with my arm like that way.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Don't get old. Don't get old, okay? PBR fool. Hey, Jay, I have a distant cousin who lives in Florida. He's a truck driver and posted he picked up parts of SpaceX's new launch pad. That's cool, PBR. Right on. This house is clear. 1080 at low for minimum is not great. You're getting old, man. I'm working on it. I'm trying not to get old. Yeah, if you're young, don't do that. All right, there's more to it. Throughout the early access period, our team will continue to prioritize performance optimization and ensure an optimal gameplay experience for as many Kerbonauts as possible. Dude, we should get paid for this. We should start EJ's consulting services. Are we good at this or what? Pretty much predicted it. Dude, we predicted it. Come on. We hear you and we take your feedback very seriously. You're a core part of the development process, so please continue to share your expectations for what you want your KSP experience to be. God damn, we're good at this. God damn, we're good. Holy crap. Oh, I don't mean to brag. Oh, God damn, am I good. You guys helped, though. I wouldn't have been able to come to that conclusion without people being like, no, you know. I think that the game was borderline unplayable near the min spec that the devs would have warned you. They know what your PC's like. That, yeah, yep, Just a high-level review. Yeah, Rocket Guy, I'll admit that was not the hardest thing to figure out. But, hey, it pays to put it out here. Analysis without numbers. Well, in this case, we're analyzing social constructs, but whatever. Close enough. When you have 600 people randomly spouting comments, of course you get it right. Wow, way to take the wind out of my sails, dickweed. See? I told you. Those are the minimum specs for how the game is optimized right now. Because there's no way to optimize a game like KSP. You can't optimize this out of the box. There's no freaking way. Look at how long it took to get KSP to where it is now. There's no way you can do that without mass playtesting. They know that. That's why they put those specs out, dudes. Makes perfect sense to me. The statement is a bit disappointing. It is missing so much information. What frame rate are they targeting? What size craft is their standard size? Only providing resolution information isn't really that much info. Yeah. I'm glad I'm a developer and not an EJ right now. Brimo, this is what I like doing. I like picking apart ideas. It's fun. I figure if I'm good at arguing, I might as well use it to my advantage. Like, Italians live to freaking argue. That's what we do. You ever seen My Cousin Vinny? I've seen your parents argue, Stan. They're amateurs, okay? So what? My parents argue all the time. No. I've seen your parents argue. They're amateurs, okay? You're not good at arguing. Why don't you do me a favor and shut the frick up? I'm damn good at arguing, boy. Twitch now lets streamers tag channels in stream titles. Tag your friends and help others find the stream. Oh, that's cool. Neat. Anyway, tip me, baby. You do get paid. 54.10. Here, have this. Okay. Thank you. Specs are a guide, not written in stone, and that's pretty much what we were able to extrapolate from the minimum specifications, guys. Just seriously, throw monkey wrenches in your own ideas. You'll find the truth. You gotta boil the idea down in the crucible. You know where I learned that? Seriously, you know where I learned to think like this? I'm not even kidding. Star Trek. Season 1, Measure of a Man. The court of opinion is designed to take ideas and boil them down to the crucible to get to the essence of the idea, the truth. It's a great episode. You should watch that. It's my favorite episode of Star Trek by far. If you know, you know. Seriously. That episode of Star Trek helped me learn critical thinking better than any freaking school ever did. And I don't know if I'm cool with that. Like that's not a good thing, but also that episode's dope. Yeah, public, I did. That sucks. It's season 2, episode 9. Frick. You know why I said season 1 is because when I first watched Encounter at Farpoint, right? So I grew up watching TNG, but I didn't, I had it on in the background. Sometime like, I don't know, about like 10, maybe 5 to 10 years ago, like 2013 or 2014, I binge watched all of TNG in like over a couple of weeks. And Farpoint was so freaking good. I binge watched like 1 and 2. Is season 1 and season 2 in like a week. So in my brain conflates those two seasons together. Oops. Have you watched Last of Us? I have. Yeah, Last of Us is good. I enjoy it. Yep. The beard started in season 2. Yes. And what if he meets your third criteria? Consciousness? I don't know! Yeah, exactly, Tessa. Mm-hmm. Season 1 and season 2 kind of blur together. Yeah, right? It's so well strung together, man. Those first episodes of TNG are good, dude. The game is better. What show? So, the critical thinking thing, Wartooth, is Star Trek, TNG, season 2, episode 9. I said it was season 1. I'm 100% wrong. Sorry. Season 2, episode 9, Measure of a Man, taught you how to critically think. So in that episode of Star Trek, Starfleet, they basically have to go to court. Riker and Picard and Data have to go to court because Starfleet is trying to treat Data like a piece of property and not a crew member aboard the ship. So they have to go to court to argue that Data is sentient. And my favorite part of that whole episode is the fact that Riker has to argue in favor of Starfleet and remove his bias that Data is his friend and legitimately argue the other side. It teaches the whole essence of the episode is, well, they prove that Data is a person, right? Because he's capable of conscious thought, right? It's a great episode, right? But my favorite part about that, and this is what I mean about teaching you how to critically think, Riker has to argue, he has to argue against what he thinks. It's smart, man. And that's a smart way to think about things. Riker has to try to prove that Data is a piece of property, even though he's his friend. It's messed up, but it's about finding the truth. It's not about biases, right? That taught me, amongst anything else, to, especially when you're looking at rockets, any type of social situations like this, you have to do that. You have to look at it right in the middle of the road and figure out analysis from there. That will get you the truth. And that's what court is all about. You can learn that from My Cousin Vinny, too. I mean, kind of a 2.5 hour way of learning that, which you learned in a 30-minute TNG episode. But also, my cousin Vinny says that as well. Everything I know, I learned from Thomas the Tank Engine. Right? Now, you could be an Edward, you could be good hard worker, or you could be a damn diesel, just screwing everything up. One of you in chat is a damn diesel. That is the only way a person can survive. There always has to be one person to disagree no matter what. Devil's advocate is a heck of a thing, Goalie. And that helps keep the ship on an even keel. Absolutely. What is that quote from? It's a movie called Bullet Train, drummer. I'm not going to give you the context. You got to go watch it. Watch Bullet Train. It's really good. It's a good movie. In a sea of terrible movies that come out nowadays, Bullet Train is pretty damn good. It's a pretty good flick. Brick you into a tunnel. Watch me. Still kind of shocked. I mean, I can run KSP1 on ultra settings, but can only run KSP at all lows. Really, really shocking. Yeah, Zay, I'm not going to say that your concerns are illegitimate, but they pretty much said that you should be able to run it on something lower than what their min spec is. Okay, gonna go watch Bullet Train now. All right, drummer. Sometimes you got 7 Mac 11s, about 8 38s, 99s, 10 Mac 10. Stuff never ends. Yep. Oh, wait, wrong Thomas. No, it's the same Thomas. Yeah, Zay, I mean, guys, just, I know people are passionate about this game. I'm right there with you. I'm right there with you. This game means a lot to me. It really does. That's why I'm putting so much pressure on myself to make this freaking thing work and give KSP1 the send out it deserves, because I care. I you know, and I probably shouldn't, you know. But this game, guys, this game changed my life. Seriously, it absolutely has. Not to get like super mushy for a second, right? But this game totally changed everything. I learned everything I know from Jebediah Kerman, all right? Some of you could be a Bill. Some of you could be a Bob. But some of you are a Val. Just in a Jeb. Just messing everything up. You know? This game basically kindled... I wouldn't even say kindled my love for spaceflight. I already liked space. This took the fire that the fiery passion that I have for spaceflight and literally turned it into a Raptor engine. Like, that's the right way to say that. It ain't no campfire. This is a freaking rocket engine firing at full blast. I love space because of this game. Like, and I already did before, but now I really do. This game pushed me through some pretty damn hard times. So I care about it, and I understand that people care about it. Abso-freaking-lutely. You know, I think that the people that are worried about this are worried because they care. You know? Yeah, there you go, Kuju. Yep. I'd say no other thing has inspired more people to get into STEM than KSP and then SpaceX. Like those two. Like that's it. You know? Space, when I started playing Kerbal, spaceflight, the spaceflight was just kind of another thing. But now look at all this momentum that spaceflight has. You know? We could sit here and watch Starlink launches almost every freaking week. People still show up because it's cool. The F-22 coding is also cool. Should I be the Diesel and shut down Plex just to piss drummer off now that he's watching Bullet Train? Yeah. Tessa, you're a Diesel. You're a Diesel. You know, my gut's telling me that you're one of my moderators and that you're a good person, but something else tells me that you just aren't freaking right. KSP is like 70% of the reason I majored in mechanical engineering. I switched out, but still. Yeah, there you go. So many diesels in the KSP Discord. Arguably, KSP was a lot of people's beginning, so it holds a form of nostalgia that people want to protect. Bingo. And Blue, the next thing that I'm going to say is that you don't think Nate knows that? You don't think the guy that's overseeing KSP2 knows this? He absolutely knows this. I have that on first-hand account. Well, he is Scotland, yeah. I guess nobody knows what them lot are doing up there. It's just a right bunch of weird blokes, isn't it? Right proper bunch of wankers. Oi, mate! KSP is the game that brought together my current group of friends, and we've been tight since 2014, every night. There you go, man. All right, here comes the Diesel. So, guys, I don't think the concerns are unfounded. And I think people are very passionate about Kerbal. But keep it in perspective. Don't freak out. They'll listen and they'll fix it if there's something wrong. That's just inherent to early access. Okay? Trust me on this one. Why does nobody speak English in England? What? What? Yeah, Localix, they have to. They can't optimize, dude. It's early access. That's the reason why they went into early access. And I think Aqualux is right. I think people aren't. They're quick to forget that. You know what I mean? What? I feel like they should have maybe focus group a couple of different minimum specs. So Yarg, my question back to you is this: how are you going to focus group people during a pandemic? Online? That's not how focus groups work, man. That's not how focus groups work. You know good and well that if you're talking to someone face to face, it's different than talking to them on a damn Zoom meeting. That's not how focus groups work. How are you going to focus yourself during Project Endurance campaign? Don't know. Nice segue, though. Well, how can you test something that isn't... How can you... Contact the KSP1 tester. Wait, contact the KSP1 testers and send them spec. That means it's trying to get their opinion reaction. Let's go with. I mean, there was that whole Amsterdam thing a week ago. What do you think that was? No one speaks English in England. They speak 1,000 different accents of English, just like no one uses Linux. They speak 1,000 different flavors of it. I guess that makes sense. All right. Well, let's continue here. Let's fire up the music and let's go. So, we were working on at least a suspected structural problem here. If you notice, I added a lot more struts in on this structure here. You're welcome. I brought about this segue. Shut up. Don't, but also, shh. Yeah, we had a RUD when we went to launch this a little bit earlier. That's what happens when your dynamic pressure goes above 90,000 pascals. Yeah, the ship obliterated itself because the Kraken drive accelerated it too fast out of the atmosphere. And I will say, it was a hell of an explosion. It was awesome. Except for the fact that it exploded. That part was not... That part was not awesome. That part was not cool. Oh, what are those struts? Oh, yeah, that's... Yeah, that wasn't supposed to do that. What is the status on the Eve debris field? I reverted the save 10th. Yeah, we reverted the save, so yeah, there's no Eve debris field. Shame. But yeah, I did... That dynamic pressure problem that we had, guys, I did kind of encounter it, and when we encountered it, it was in the atmosphere on the way up, and I can't help but see that it pretty much failed in the exact same way as when we tried to work on the KRPC drives, or when we tried to light the KRPC drive off in Helio yesterday. So what I'm wondering now is what's up? Yeah, that's fair. I think I found a structural problem with the ship, and I think that pertains to it blowing up in space yesterday. I don't like that strut being there. See, the problem is that there's nothing for this fairing to really attach to. There is the part that it's directly attached to, and we can strut to that if we want to. I could try to do a 4x symmetry strut that goes back to the regular fairing shape right here, but I'm not so sure how structural a connection is going to be that goes to a fairing shape like this. But I did notice, long story short, guys, that there is a major structural problem with the ship. It's similar to the SSTO. Remember when the people that were here for the SSTO project, right? In 2021, I literally missed like one set of struts, and honestly, there's nothing to really, there's no solid stuff right here to link this to. Yeah, I'm kind of worried about that. Hey, Smirks, what's going on, dude? Did you fix the issues with the linear KRPC strike operating in solar orbit? MGB, I think I found it. You remember the SSTO had that hierarchical problem? And that hierarchical problem was basically one point in the design where we figured out that there was one structural connection for the gigantic tanks. Well, if you look right here, I don't know how good you are at being able to decode what you see right here. This is the hierarchy for the ship. So look at the point, look at the place where the KRPC drives are mounted. See right there? There's one connection. There's one major connection there between the two fairings. And there's not really anything else that's strutted front to back like that. I think that the reason why the drive failed in Helio, and the reason why the drive failed... So I had a drive fail on ascent. I was flying up into space, and we went past max Q, and the ship obliterated itself. And I noticed from the falling debris that the failure point was somewhere around where the drives were. So my theory, the running theory, is that the drives detached and the ship literally cracked in half. Which, if I'm thinking about every single RUD that we have seen, like the second time we tried it in Helio yesterday, it blew the entire back of the ship off. The whole back of the ship, the whole payload bay just obliterated itself and got removed, but the front of the ship was intact. Which tells me that I have a structural point built into the design. There's a linchpin in the design somewhere. Basically an area where I forgot to run struts correctly. And I think I know how to fix it, and it might require a little bit of a redesign. Because the front of the ship usually stays relatively intact. It's relatively intact. Every RUD that we've seen, the entire back of, like, there's no discernible pieces that we ever find from the back. We always find the crew tanks, right? and like parts of the front payload bay, or not front payload bay, parts of the bridge and stuff. Like Jeb and Bill and Val have survived every single RUD, which tells me that there's, you know, I should have seen this yesterday, but I've been trying to grind out work with this damn thing. I think there's a hierarchical structural problem in the back of the ship. Did you try my craft tool with Collins? No. No, S, that requires me to upload the craft file. I'm not giving you the shuttle file. Nice try. In fact, the fact that you'd even try to do that is a little freaking annoying, man. Don't do that. Why? What? Why? Why would you? That's really a little bit annoying, dude. It's really annoying, especially after I helped you with stuff in the past, but it is what it is. Anyway, guys, I'm not 100% sure that all these struts are going to fix the problem. I think it's how the ship is put together, to be honest with you. Just like the problem, no amount of struts could fix that problem with the SSTO. I think we have a structural linchpin here, and that kind of sucks, and that might require me to redesign the aft end of the ship a little bit, but it's probably better that we found this problem now, you know. So we still need to do one more detail pass today, and then on Monday I want to get this ship operational. May I ask what is going on here? Dizimas, yeah, this is my Grand Touring ship. I want to build basically a mothership that goes to every planet in KSP. And this is using some experimental game-breaking drives called KRPC drives right here. Basically, in KSP 1, one of the funniest things you can do is if you fully crush a landing gear, it provides ridiculous acceleration. So I have these payload bays here that crush these landing legs in there, and this ship has like something similar to like an Epstein drive from The Expanse, which is really freaking cool. So this is my Grand Touring ship. It's a big mothership that's designed to go everywhere. Yeah. Yeah, Ampersand, we saw the specs already, dude. Yeah, Errol, it's gonna be a good time, dude. So you decided against making it smaller? Well, Laserman, I kind of put the drive in the shuttle with a smaller ship to make sure that we could do that if we have to, right? Yeah, but yeah, it's kind of hedging my bets, dude. Fellas, I mean, we'll test it. We'll test it now, but I'm pretty damn sure that this is just not strong enough structurally. You know, we could add all the struts in the world. I don't think it's going to. I think it'll blow up again in Helio. So we'll test that now. Yeah, I'll be honest with you, dudes. I didn't think it would take this long to optimize this whole thing, but yeah, like in the past I've thought like, well, Kraken drives, you know, we could do Kraken drives, but then I could just have a ship that flies everywhere. And that does seem to be the case with the shuttle, but like I didn't really realize that like, you could do a lot with Kraken drives. You can do a lot of cool stuff with Kraken drives. And dude, I have this other idea floating around for a drive system, and I don't think we have time, but I don't know. It really depends on how well today goes. So let's get this thing flying, shall we? Yeah, Ampersand, we had a whole discussion about it. I basically, right when you came in is when I was like, no, I want to play Kerbal. Let's change the subject. What Aqualex is a pretty good summation of what's going on. Yeah, dude, we just talked about it for like an hour and a half, and I wanted to listen. I listened to everybody, you know. But yeah, see what Aqualex said in chat. He typed a paragraph out for you. Believe me, he's good at that. Yeah, it pretty much summed up what the thoughts about that. He's good at typing out paragraphs, PY. What say you on Kraken-Tech thrust structures to help carry the load? Well, Aqualex... Okay, I'll just put my other idea out on the table. The idea that I was kind of holding in the back of my head is an omnidirectional drive system. So take the ideas from like 95's Kraken SAS and Raid's like levitating repulsor lift Kraken drive and literally make a ship that can loiter on the surface and have the Kraken drive kind of hold it in place. So I'm not saying like, you know, we talked about like having a drive pointing up and a drive pointing forward. I figured out another way to do that. Or not necessarily another way to do it, but I figured out a way that could be super useful. And I might redesign the endurance around it depending on how this test goes. Sounds like feature creep in a time sink. Yeah, it probably is. But the end goal basically is a ship that would fly like Star Wars, man. Yeah, we could fly around on planets and stuff, like Kerbal included, barring like atmospheric heating. We could fly around in space like an X-Wing flies around in the Death Star trench run and stuff. We could do stuff like that. Yeah, that would be kind of cool, man. Loitering is illegal. Not in space. Hey, it's not on fire or blowing up. Good work. Thank you, Sean. The mission is still young. Facts. I swear to God, if you're the account that I got rid of yesterday for posting random stuff in chat, if you're the same person, you best stop posting stuff in chat, or I'm just gonna ban you again. Ban evasion is not. It's pretty frowned upon on Twitch. Yeah, he was gifted a sub, J-Speed. Yeah, I know. But what the hell does Vivek over my head feature Mel Diamond System 01? What is that? What is that? That's nothing. What are you talking about? You're talking about nothing. It's not a bot, Daitor, as far as I can tell. It's a person that comes into my chat, talks to me for like 5 minutes, and then And then, just like 30 minutes later, every time just proceeds to just type whatever they're thinking in chat. Yeah. But are you building a Star Wars ship or an Expanse ship? It would be a radically different design mentality for a Star Wars ship. Yeah, Aqualex, that's a fair point. The idea behind me wanting to do that is to be able to get down to the planet's surface a lot faster. Yeah, and explore. So not only will we go to the planet, but we can explore said planet and fly around. Yeah, Ampersand, I figured that out, that they're probably song names. The point that I'm trying to get at is that how the hell is that relevant to what we're doing right now? Well, the drive shifted into high gear without me needing the engine, so there's that. Oh boy. Oh boy. Dynamic pressure is going up way too quickly. Yep, this thing's gonna blow up. 53,000 pascals at 1900, going the speed of sound. Yeah, okay. So it turns out the ship can't go the speed of sound near sea level. Yeah, that... That is an awesome explosion, though. See, once again, look, curved fuselages indicating the explosion came from the reactor core. I don't know, Bob. Jeb. Yeah, see? Crew survives every time. Yeah, see? The forward sub-assemblies of the ship stay together in one piece. Guys, I might need to do a redesign. And this isn't me like being like, oh, I gotta redesign it. No, I think whatever that is the same problem we're having in Helio, to be honest with you. Don't worry, that's just parts of the ship raining down on KSC. I'm sure it's fine. Yeah, we're not gonna hit the ground in time. Jeb, pull the chute. Get out. Bill, Bill, Bill. Bill, pull the chute! Woo! That was some James Bond stuff right there, man. Oh, he's all right. He's fine. Okay. P is the hotkey for it. What up, brother? Oh, Jeb. You're all right. He had a helmet on. He's good. He's good. So, yeah, I think the Endurance might have it has a structural problem with it. I know where it is. I know where it is and I know what it's doing. I think. Pretty sure. Can it be that the rear of the ship is pressing against the front boosters? Well, it's the attachment nodes, guys. The way the front of the ship is, the way the ship is attached hierarchically in front of the payload bay is different than the back of the payload bay. So in here, I have nose cone adapters, see? I have the fairing going to a nose cone adapter, going to a nose cone adapter, going to a nose cone adapter, down to an SRB. All right? And in between that, I have struts that hold every other nose cone adapter together in triangulated 3x symmetry. Triangulated 3 times symmetry. That's redundant. That's how I put my rocket bodies together. So, like, my shuttle external tank is built like this. And it's something that I learned from the SSTO, that you really have to... Auto struts aren't enough to hold this whole thing together. You need struts to prevent flex, right? It's a flying Eiffel Tower. Yeah, pretty much, Starkiller. Yeah. Can you take off slower? Taking off slower does fix it, Bro Handy, but it won't. I guarantee you, taking off slower isn't going to fix the drives trying to engage in Helio. I think I have to build the back of the ship differently. Now, the back of the ship is just a fairing attached to another fairing, and because I was building out the payload bay back here, there's just a fairing way behind that's attached to that fairing. See the difference? There's no struts that hold everything together. There's just one auto strut that comes through here. And everything else back here is just tying parts of the payload bay to the other side like a bridge. None of this is really structural. In fact, the only thing that's structural is the double fairing plate right there. That's the problem. I'm thinking if I do nose cone, nose cone, nose cone. No. I just need something else to carry the structure other than just the 2 fairing plates. Long story short, the 2 fairing plates are the only thing holding that together. And I think if it bends, if the drives bend, so if the ship moves and it forces it to bend, these fairing plates come detached. I'm pretty dang sure that that's what's going on, actually. And if I had to guess, when we activate the drives in heliocentric, like when we're out around the sun, the same exact problem happens. The whole back of the ship explodes. I'm guessing that that's the same problem. So do a quad keel using grandparent struts up the sides the whole way up. Build the whole ship like you built the launch stands. Alex, the kicker about that is that, well, yes, it's already built that way. Yeah, we rutted in the exact same spot. But then again, we rutted in the exact same spot because the drives, when they shifted into high gear, were pulling 5 Gs, and our dynamic pressure went above 50,000 pascals, which means that, yeah, structural load. It couldn't take it. You guys got to understand, that aerodynamic load that's being exerted on the vehicle is very similar to the load that these things push up on with when we're out in solar orbit. And that's telling me that these fairing plates these 2 fairings butted up against each other is terrible for the design. Will we end up turning lower Sol orbit? What? Just throwing enormous amounts of struts in there. Yeah, Dwarshak, unfortunately, that's what I did. Yeah. If it's no good, change it. For comparison, a typical KSP launch is 18,000. I think in order to prove this conclusively, I have to fly on a smoother ascent with the ship. Get the thing up into space. And I want to do the 1 drive test in Helio. I'll deactivate 2 of the drive cores. I'll deactivate 2 of the drive cores on the way up. And, or when we get out there. And, yeah, we'll see if it blows up again. Are we going to do solar orbit with this ship? That's what Helio means, DJ. Helio means solar orbit. It means we need more spokes. I came mid-conversation and it sounded like we will do lower solar orbit at some point. I'd like to go everywhere with this thing, man. All right, let's fire the engines first. Headphone users, headphone users, headphone users. 5 seconds. Okay, this is how we got it into space in the past. Activate the engines first, and then engage the drive. Entirely possible here, fellas, that the engine's pushing on this is alleviating some of the load from the KRPC drives. Every time I've flown this thing up on drives by themselves, it's blown up. It only really works when the engines are together, and if the engines are pushing, that means they're pushing up on that fairing plate, which means that the drives aren't doing all the work. Which is... I'm not going to say that's concerning, but all right, drive should kick in here in a moment. This thing should really start going fast. We might need to build it around the structure, Poison. Yeah. Slow down. Bob, since when does Strimmer listen to chat? I don't listen to you guys. I'm not your friend. I am not your friend. I want to go fast, boy. That's really too fast. The fact that it takes that acceleration and doesn't blow up right there is frankly pretty shocking. But you know what? I want to sit here and look. Are the fairing plates stretching? They are absolutely stretching. Dude, I should put flags on this, little checkerboards to show you guys what I'm talking about. Question for you. If you remember back last several months when it appeared SpaceX was testing higher apertures on their first stage Starlink launches, do you know if they're still doing that? This was definitely a little bit of a different trajectory, Spoon, for sure. This does not bode well for landing and taking off from Eve. Yeah, I know. I know. What am I most proud of? The shuttle S, obviously. That's why I don't like letting people have it. Your own shuttle. Yeah, that's the idea, possibly. My rules about Collins has always been for people to go and make their own stuff. If you think you can do it better, then do it. PY, we don't grab turn. The way I get into space is like that. That's how we get into space. We don't need to grab turn. We don't need to do that. Efficiency? Nah, I'm good. The red option looks nice too. That's what the boosters are doing. See, this is how we fly up into space. The boosters do that. I do that. Come on now. Where are we? Yeah, I need some type of indicator to see the squash on these things. I don't know, S. I need to get this done, buddy. Let's just fly direct to Helio. I'm just going to keep accelerating. We're at 3G acceleration. Did you not build the entire superstructure around the drives? Yeah, Star Killer, I did. I built the entire structure around the drives. I didn't build it around 3 of them. To be honest with you, I didn't build it around 3 of them. I built it around 1, but we needed 3 to get this thing to do what I want, so... That was a, that was a learning experience. I think if I build the back like I built the front of that, it'll carry the load a little bit better. I literally think the ship, it's that structural point. This is the only thing that holds like literally the entire payload bay. That holds the entire payload bay onto the ship, into the back of the ship. It's my thermal exhaust port. We got to get rid of it before someone goes and puts a photon torpedo in there. They said you couldn't bullseye a thermal exhaust port less than 5 meters wide with a photon torpedo. But, there are moisture evaporator farmers on Tatooine that bullseye womp rats. That's no bigger than 5 meters. Gotta be careful with that. No, they're Broton torpedoes, Yarn. Sure, I think you're actually right. Yeah, forgive me. Yeah, you bullseye womp rats in T-16. They're no bigger than that. It's fine. Those damn womp rats, dude. You think sand is bad? Womp rats. You get into the moisture evaporators, can ruin an entire harvest. No good. EJ, what's your recommended flight ascent path for rockets with reusable first stages? Erudite, all you really need to do is first stage, second stage, go to launch. At staging, put your second stage on the trajectory that you want, hit it, switch back to the first stage, and then when you switch back to your first stage, you need to do a boost back burn, but don't point right back at KSC. You got to kind of point up. And you have to, the big thing is with your apogee on your first stage, it needs to go over 70 kilometers so the game thinks it's in space. So you could switch back to the second stage and circularize. It's kind of a juggling act, but it does work. And then, go back to your second stage, circularize, and then you need to switch back to your first stage in time and then steer it in to land. It's a hard thing to do, but it definitely works. Okay, we are heliocentric. Okay, shut down the drives. This thing got up to about 10 before 95. Yeah, but the thing is that it does not work very well in solar, and I'm trying to figure out why. I think it's because of how I put the ship together. I think I have another structural anomaly like what I had with the SSTO back in the day. Open up the payload bay doors. Okay. Drives are wide. We're good. It's pretty freaking sweet pit. Oh, that's a strut. I'm like, what is that? It's one of the struts that I ran. Yeah, Starkiller, I found that they can perform better if they flex. They definitely do, though. But the thing is, see, if I do something like this right here, it's not that big of a problem. But see, yeah, they definitely go ham. See? They're supposed to do that. They're supposed to bend forward. Ship looks sick, though. I still would really like to do some detail on the front, but... Yeah, see, the thing is, guys, is that doesn't do anything. I can throttle the drives just fine here manually, and I don't have to manually ramp them up using the H and N key. Because that's what I have the drive controller bound to. See that? I can do that. I did that in solar space yesterday, and the ship, it did exactly what it did during Max Q. The whole back of the ship blew up. And that tells me that it's the structural connection here. Now, could be a couple of different things. It could be that fairing is separating. That 1.8 fairing is separating. So maybe it could be a drive mount problem. But if it was a drive mount problem, the drive would just bounce off the second drive. Maybe it breaks that one, and then it bounces off the third drive and breaks that one. And, I mean, they could all bump into that fairing plate, and if that fairing plate right there blows up, the whole back of the ship will explode. I'm not going to rule that out as a possibility, but also I'm not going to rule out back here. The only thing that holds the whole back end of the ship together is that 5-meter attachment node between that fairing and that fairing. So that could be a problem. We might need to strengthen up that area. Well, Eagle, I'm not entirely sure. You're asking if the Kraken drive rely on a landed state in the game. Since you can't land on the sun, it bugs out. So here's the kicker about that, dude. So this drive is made up of two principal components. You have the payload bay and you have landing legs, right? I don't think the payload bay is going to change anything with how we go into solar orbit, right? That's not going to be that big of a deal. So it's obviously the landing legs and their stress tolerance, right? But the weird thing about this whole thing is that I've had the Nautilus, the one with the spinning drive, like the spin drives. I put one of these style drives in it, and I flew it out by the sun a couple of streams ago. The landing legs are obviously the thing that's the problem here, right? So I've had other drives with the same exact landing leg work in solar space. So that tells me that it's isolated to this ship, because I highly doubt that it's isolated to the drive. What kind of design changes can be made to debug structural weaknesses? Pigzig, Theix's vessel viewer, theix.co.uk. The vessel viewer is super useful for that. You can find structural weak points because it shows how all the parts are connected. This is this ship. It's the Endurance. If you look right here, see? There's one point of attachment right there, and that's it. There's no struts that hold those two fairing plates together. It's just the attachment node because of how I built the back of the ship for the payload bay. Compare that to the front fairing. See my triangulated struts in there? They're kind of hard to look at. See that? 1, 2, 3. The triangulated structure between all the different conic adapters. See how that got put together? There's a big difference structurally between the front and the back. That front fairing plate is held together with a lot more struts than the back one is. In fact, there's no struts that hold these two fairings together on the main line hierarchy. That right there is the linchpin. See that connection? I think I'm honing in on that one. You got to get good at analyzing, at looking at your hierarchy. And, you know, PigZig, there's the 6 degrees of separation rule, tree branch rule for building. There's a bunch of different rules. It's a bit of a Jesus nut. Exactly. All right, so let's get... I'm going to shut the drives down. I'm going to shut the drives down, and I'm going to shut off same vessel interaction on the 2 forward drives. And now what we're going to do is we're going to activate just one drive, and I want to see what this does. So shut that all off, and let's get a time warp to right there. Bye, Kerbal. Would hybrid tech connectors on the plate connection keep the squash from shifting critically? Not necessarily hybrid tech convoy, but Claudevoid, but the same vessel interaction. I've used that for structure in the past, sure. That's actually not a bad idea. Hybrid tech could help. But hybrid tech, my rule about using stuff like that, dude, so like, I don't like retrofitting hybrid tech into a design. Okay, we have SOI transition here. We're out of Kerbin's SOI, so we're in Helio now. All right. I'm gonna roll the ship so the drives are in the sun. So we can see the dang thing.
Discovery.
Hi, doll. Gift a sub to Grand Champ. Hi, everyone. Thanks to the anonymous gift of the sub yesterday. Yeah, Guy somebody just coming in here and just dropping 100 subs and then just beezing. I'm like, okay. I'm like, see ya. Yeah, it takes a while to roll the stupid thing. How many parts is it? 850? Actually, it's closer to 860. It's 858. It's not that many parts, dude. Not as many parts as it is. A lot of these parts are big. And believe it or not, probably 100 of those are the drives. Crazy, right? 100 of those parts are the actual drives, Synerd. So we're out in solar space here. Those have same vessel collision off. We are going to try to engage on a single drive. The other payload bays moving is not a big deal. They don't have vessel interaction on. Let's just double check. Yep. Yep, okay. Wait till the ship rolls fully over. We have our accelerometer control and our play position control. We got to be scientific about this. Let's go here and make sure we have every bit of information we can for this. I'm just going to slap a time warp here so we don't have to worry about correcting that roll on the ship. Okay. Make sure our rates are completely zeroed. Landing leg information too? Sure. Yeah, that's fair. All right, guys. Get ready to clip. Let's see what happens. Fellas, I'm kind of torn. Do we want a close-up view of the drive or do we want a close-up view of the ship? What should we do? Because a close-up view of the ship could help me figure out more where, if we have a structural problem, it could help me figure out where that problem is happening. But if it's the drive separating, well... Yeah, I want the ship, but I also want the drive as well. Run it twice? Well, Toothless, reverting a quick save is going to give you a different result every time. The only way that we would want to run this test to maintain continuity is to get the ship up here manually. Don't edit it into space, have it ascend every time, because that mimics the most mission-like circumstances. Does that make sense? All right. I'm gonna go right here. We'll do like kind of a zoomed in view, and we'll see where it can go. The drive should be fine. Watch the ship. All right. Okay. I'll give you a little bit of a 3/4 view here so we can see. Make sure that none of the ship is covered up. All right. Here we go. The drive separated. And it bounced around and it hit the payload fairing and it caused the back of the ship to blow up. There it is. So we have a little bit of a compounding problem here. The drive separates. It separates from the ship. And when it separates, it causes the drives to just start bouncing around inside of the payload bay, and one of the drives hit that, it bounced into that back fairing and blew the entire back of the ship up. Yeah, pretty much exactly what we were expecting. Why, though? I don't know. Did you guys clip it? Did anybody clip that? Come out of hyperspace in the middle of an asteroid field. Bring it back to the dealer. He won't notice. Yeah, it'll buff out, Harry. We good. We good. It'll buff out. She'll buff out. She'll buff out, bro. Oh, cool, Bandit. Yeah. See you last. Yeah, the paint scheme. That's cool. Clip coming? Cool. Yeah, I was watching the drive, but I want to see when we had engagement with the numbers to see if it's in line. Thanks, Potts. All right, let's see what we have. Let's look at the footage here. Double EJs. I'm the real one over here. Damn. And thanks, Alter Ego. Yeah, I'll check multiple clips. Let me just go back over here. Let me watch it in slow-mo. That was before the drive. That was before. See, check it out. Cargo bay, strut. That was after the drive separated, Potts. I need another one. Alter Ego, how's yours? Yeah, yours. Okay, you got it right at the start. All right, check it out. All right, let's see. Interesting. Interesting. Raid, you see what I'm seeing? Huh. Yeah. So the drive should engage at 21. Or right around 20 is when you start pushing. The interesting thing about this thing, fellas, is that 27 is right when the payload bay engages with the legs. Interestingly enough. That's right when it engages with the legs. You could see that one of the legs started compressing. As soon as one of them started to go, at 27, leg stress is okay. Interesting. The off-center front force is twisting it off. That's also a possibility, yeah. Program the cal to keep the doors at 22 or something like that. Yeah, see, it immediately goes to one side because some of the starboard side legs engaged already. Let's keep watching. Yeah, so... This was not through an SOI change, Blue. This was out in solar. We're 13 billion meters from the sun. The legs would be compressed, but they wouldn't push the ship. I'm worried about reload state for that raid. Like... reload state, like, if you load up the ship after being away from it for a little while with the legs partially compressed like that, I'm wondering if that's going to screw with it. I'm willing to bet that if you're pretty close to the sun, then it won't explode. So what does it do first? It hits the right nacelle. And that decoupled the second drive for whatever reason. Second drive blows up. Something here unseats the back fairing. That's a fairly symmetrical decoupling of the hierarchy there. Interesting. Can we test it? What are we testing, Raid? What do you want to test? Oh, the engagement, the drive engagement. Sorry, it took me a second. Does the same thing happen if you teleport the ship into solar orbit? Maybe SOI transitions change some property of the drive, making it not happy. They definitely do something to the landing legs, dudes. That's for sure. They definitely do something to this. I think Eagle is right about landed state. The landing legs definitely have different properties assigned to them when, depending on distance to whatever celestial body you're at. Now, the way to get around this would be to not warp around the sun. But I've gotten drives to warp around the sun in the past. That's really easy to do. I've gotten drives to do that. So that tells me that this thing is it's something that's inherent to this craft file, right? That tells me that it's something with this thing. Try it in the shuttle. Yeah. Yeah, Red 8, that's cool, but I think it's a solvable problem, you know? But see, Red, it's cool that, I mean, that's definitely going to limit our transfer options, that's for sure. And I'm not sure that being able to transfer in real time is going to work very well for us. Like, being able to do the transfers in real time. How am I going to get to Elu? If we're going like 100 kilometers a second and we get into Elu's SOI, there's no way it's enough time to slow down, you know? I tested the drive in solar orbit, but it was just a probe core in the drive. Yeah, Raid, I'm fairly confident that it's this design. It's this. It's the ship. That's why I'm pretty dang sure that it's this structural connection here. I mean, that drive immediately broke. It immediately broke off before the drive was even engaged. Now, we could check state, right? We could check, try to keep the landing gear compressed. But that tells me, Raid, I mean, we're going to have to find out. That tells me that we're going to keep the drives partially engaged at, like, this position right here. That tells me that we're going to keep them engaged in this position, and right when we go into SOI, it's going to blow up. When we go through SOI change. That's what my gut's saying. Dumb idea, but are the drives pushing or pulling the structure? They're pulling, and it really doesn't seem to matter, Eagle, whether the drives are pushing or pulling, which tells, once again, that all signs are pointing to this weak structural connection here. That's what everything is pointing to. Yeah, Blue, I don't think that that's what's going on. I think it's strictly we're trying to push way more mass, and whatever flags are being set to that landing gear, I mean, puts way more load on this, because they seem to push a lot harder the further you are away from a celestial body, I think. Have you gotten drives with this many landing legs to warp? Each leg is adding a lot of force. So Novus, I've never gotten a drive with this many legs out into solar orbit. I have gotten a drive that's similar to this type into solar orbit, and it does work. I've never gotten a ship this high of mass into solar orbit and then driven it with a drive before. So there's still a lot of there's a lot of known unknowns here, you know? Can you just slap a bunch of braces on it? These drives, Zom Investor, these drives put so much force onto stuff that they actually bend struts. They bend the struts. Yeah. Strutting the drives into position might be a solution. What happens if you get into solar with the drive bay at below 27 but above engagement? I'm not sure what you're asking. Could you test it by flipping them around, or would it be a pain? Eagle, I'm not 100% sure that that's going to make a difference, dude. Tessa, that tells me that when we get into SOI transition, if we have the drive like that, it's just going to blow up right when we get into SOI. But, I mean, you know what? Let's test it. Like, Yeah, strutting the drives in place, exactly, failures. Strutting the drives in place makes them not work as well. So we could strut the drives in place, and that might mean that they don't work down here, but they work better up there. It's hard to say. Think about it coding-wise. If a craft control point is taller than a gear's activation height, the gear would not think to activate. Well, Blue, I don't know what you're trying to tell me, dude. I'm sorry. I'm not 100% on it. Hang on. I'm not sure what you're trying to say. I gotta turn the heat down. Yeah, it's interesting, dudes. It's interesting. I'll do a partial engagement test, guys. We'll do that. I have an oil heater, Kyron, a closed loop oil heater, heating the office right now, but I have a 100,000 BTU gas heater in the garage. It's just not hooked up. It's going to take a second for my HVAC guy to get down here. What Tesla means is that the legs are touching the cargo bay but not compressed enough to provide thrust. The bay collides with the legs. Yeah, no, 95. I got that part. Yeah. It's interesting. Yeah, Kyron, that's for sure. All right, let's get this up here. Let's just jot down some notes here. When do the drives start to engage? Wrong tense, EJ. When do the drives start to engage? Oh yeah, we gotta fire the engines too. Headphone users. I don't like how it's asymmetric engagement either. That's so strange. Yeah, 95, that's the big problem. We don't have much time. Well, yeah, Potzer, the drive pushed off to one side because of the asymmetric engagement. But the crazy thing is that the drive didn't even activate, man. It didn't even activate, which is bizarre. Yeah, we're just sitting here. Just sitting here burning fuel. Should get engagement right around 20. Okay, there we go. Nah, Hellfish, it's still doing that thing. It's still blowing up in helio. And the crazy thing is it isn't blowing up in heliocentric orbit on activation. It's blowing up when we get around the sun, right when the payload bay starts to touch the legs. But that is causing a cascading effect and breaking the back of the ship off. But it's something to do with the drives. There goes the drives. That's nuts. Seems like there's a simulation issue. I don't know how you came to that conclusion. It's doing the same thing every time. That doesn't sound like a simulation issue to me. We've been able to repeat the failure. That's the opposite of a simulation issue. We're at 90 pascals. Uh-oh. Yeah, this might explode here real quick. Yeah. What the shnikes? We blew the back of the ship off. Oh, super fascinating. Airstream Protective Shell 375 collided into Airstream Protective Shell 5. 375 to 5, that's the engines. Wait, what's the second thing there? S4-256 fuel tank collided into Airstream 5 FF5 protective shell. That's a midship, so that means that's one of the nacelles. One of the nacelles broke off, which happens when the drive slaps into it because it's attached. Interesting. Hey guys. It ain't got no gas in it. I'm at a crossroads, dudes. Do we try to push to redesign the Endurance, or do we go with a smaller one and get prepared for a grand tour? Redesigning the Endurance is going to take a long time, but I'm here for the duration. It's not a big deal. I'm here we're here for the entire day today. Smaller. Oh, that's a shame. This ship is so freaking cool. Blow it up again? Refit the drives. Yarga, I'm not entirely sure how we can what do you want me to do? What do you want me to refit the drives? Like, how do we want to do that? What did we figure out? We figured out that the drive attachment isn't... Well, okay. So, Raga, what did I figure out? I mean, it's probably good to just discuss it. There's the reason. That's the reason why I said, should we do this or should we try something different? So my drive mounting is no good. But see, I'm not sure if we could find a better way. I mean, we could try grandparent strutting these things. If we grandparent strut that part, and we grandparent strut that part, and that part as well, because of the way I attach these things, it's going to bypass the fairing plate and go right to the main structural fairing. That means that is attached to that. Make it smaller without the payload bay. Refitting the ship like that, failures would really suck. Last, what's up, Raid? Easy solution would be to just get rid of the whole rear section of the ship. You'll have a smaller, lighter craft, and the drive will be on the back of the ship, so it's less likely for something to break. Yeah, but that doesn't solve the drive mount. But have we isolated the fault? Because is it the ship design or the Kraken drive design fault or a game mechanic limitation? Yeah, Rocket Guy, it's the ship. I could say that with pretty high confidence. It's the ship. Ship's no good. It's the mounts. It's the mounts for the drive. That's weird. The drives aren't working exactly how I want them to work. What I've been trying to say is the higher the weight of the craft, the more float points there will be with the drive, which is leading to explosions. Okay? It works everywhere but solar. Well, it clearly doesn't work if we accelerate too fast in the atmosphere. And what is accelerating too fast in the atmosphere but putting the same type of compression load on these joints? Have you tested your other ship? Which other ship, dude? Which one? Yeah, I've tested the drives work in Helio, guys, with a smaller ship. Why do a complete redesign instead of redoing the mounts? Well, Element, I'm not 100%. Okay, so that's kind of what I was honing in on. It's clearly how the drives are mounted. I don't know how we're going to mount these drives in any other way than how they're mounted right now. Without strutting them or something. What is the problem? I'm having some trouble with my game-breaking drive. My game-breaking drive is breaking the ship. The ship breaks up if it goes too fast. Yeah, I mean, grandparents strutting them would probably be the right move. I believe if the drive is made of higher tolerance parts, higher tolerance parts, what higher tolerance? What tolerance are we talking about here, Blue? You could still swap them for negative fuel drives. Impact tolerance. Okay, yeah, I got you. Well, we have to have the payload bay, and the payload bay has 50 meters a second impact tolerance, so that's most likely not breaking. The landing legs obviously have super high impact tolerance. Well, that's 12 meters a second, but those, we know that those aren't breaking. It's the connection point between this and the fairing. But that would mean that we have to, it's payload bay attachment. So how the... Give me a second. I'm trying to think hierarchically how we could, like, what's a better way to attach them? It wouldn't move at Element. The payload bay drives move the most. Instead of mounting the drives as they are now, could mounting them like this work at all? And you just showed me 3 eyes. Like, you want 1, 2, and 3. That's not going to change anything, Cats. That doesn't change the attachment point. It broke apart in atmosphere when you disengage the drive, and that happens even with the smaller craft. You just have to find the balance and do... You just have to find the balance and do sudden acceleration, deceleration in the atmosphere. Yeah. Yeah, no, I got you, Element. I got you. Yeah, yeah, you're right, Raid. You're right. It blew up when I decelerated the drives because it started spinning out of control. I don't know. What do we do with that information? Side-by-side mounting and smaller drive bay. That's not going to change anything. Side-by-side mounting these engines isn't going to change the way that they're attached. That's just moving the drives around. That doesn't fix anything, dude. Okay, let's think of a way that we can mount this drive better. the first thing that we could do is... Yeah, okay. Cats, I see. We could, if we move the two fairings together and mount the drives left, right, and center, that actually might not be a bad idea, because I could strut the fairing to... We could figure out a way to strut fairing to there, to that part. That could work. Have you tried rigid attaching the bays? No, I haven't. We haven't done auto strut. I haven't tried it with auto strut. I haven't tried it with rigid attach on any of these parts. Is the fairing the best attachment part? I've had issues with shifts. Mine just have super weird behaviors with fairing plates, like they just pop off. That's what I'm wondering, Rocket Guy. Maybe we should just directly attach the drives to the fairing. I'm thinking. What about up here, Kevin? Well, that doesn't solve our problem, twitching. I've been attaching mine to the interior node of a Mark III bay. Tessa, that's part of the reason why I thought the Airstream protective shell would be good, because that has the biggest attachment nodes, right? But the biggest attachment nodes is going to the one... Alright. Oh boy. Alright. I'm going to bypass the fairings. And we will attach the drives directly to the 5 meter. The spurving bearing is upside down. Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, I screwed that all up, huh? Alright, we'll go for a direct attachment. That could be it. That might fix the problem, because that fairing does have low impact tolerance, Blue. You are right. Let me just move that sucker out of the way for a second. Just move that down there like that, and then give me this. All right. We got to keep these away because they all have same vessel collision on. I can't have them touching each other. Okay, so... do we want to just try this with no auto strut? Let me just make sure the cal still works. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, 1 change per test. That's right. Okay. Let's just put that down like this. All right, so this is bypassing that 1.8 fairing. Let's see if that works. This might do it. I'm not sure. Honestly, I have no idea. I've always mounted them on the fairing plates, so that's the only behavior that I know. I've always put it on a fairing, but why the frick have I always put it on a fairing? I'm sure there was a good reason. I just can't remember what that reason was. But then again, right now, they're still just mounted to a fairing plate. Huh.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Doggy dude, send it. That's what we're doing. Oh, I think I removed our accelerometer by accident. Oops. It's not necessarily needed for this test, so in an effort to save time, because it was mounted on one of the fairings. Okay. The issues I was talking about is specifically fairings attached to fairings. Yeah. Yeah, Rocket Guy, I got you. I really hope this works. Okay. Should get drive engagement soon. Let me throttle up the engines and fire. Have an engagement on the drives. We're off the ground. I can shut down the liquid fuel engines right now. We can go on SRB power. That's no problem. Yeah, the runway would be a nice big hole in the ground at this point. Okay, we should start accelerating right about now. The drives should click. There they go. Drives have clicked in. We have 5 Gs of acceleration. Good night. Try to keep it below Mach 1 until you get a little bit higher. I'm trying to throttle down, dude. Because we have to throttle them up to get the drives to engage, right? Like... Okay, we're at 2 Gs of acceleration here. Dynamic pressure's at 50 Pascal, or 50,000 Pascal. So 50 kilopascals. Kilopascals, that's not how you say that. Vehicle supersonic. Yeah, Jens. When it works, it looks awesome, doesn't it? past max Q. You have to throttle them up for them to click in, Zeppelin. What the heck is this? It's the Endurance, Badger. This is the Endurance, man. Endurance is a Grand Tour ship, dude. Yeah, it should be alright. I want to send off KSP-1 right, so we have a Kraken drive Expanse style ship here for grand touring purposes. It's basically a flying skyscraper. Yeah, I just walked in and out of the SRB curve. Yeah. MCR and Demogorgon. Alright. Good separation. Oh, it tried to switch to radial in. Arrow is still screwing with us a little bit. Just let it do its thing. We're fine. We're going way... We're going to make it well out of the atmosphere. We can always correct when there's less aerodynamic perturbing forces. Except if we accelerate at the ground, then it's not really going to do us any good. Guys, we have a uncorrectable pitch moment here on the ship. It's not correctable. The SAS and the RCS cannot compensate. Drives are on the center line, Tessa. All three of them. I made sure that they're on the center line. What the hell? That one's bent. It's bent. Drive bent. Why did the center drive bend? But the front drive didn't. Unless the front drive did. Yes, it absolutely did. But the first drive did not. Cool shot. So I attached them to different attachment nodes. Some of the attachment nodes were the backward facing, but Rocket Guy, I'm not entirely sure if some of these drives didn't attach to the internal nodes on the payload bay. Understand? Because the payload bay has 4 attachment nodes. There's one for the payload bay to physically attach to, and then there's the internal one so you could put stuff in. There's 2 attachment nodes that are facing in different directions here. Ow. We had the same problem the other day. The drive was on when you detach the SRBs. I've had it on with the fairing plate detachment rate, and it wasn't a big deal. Yeah, those are all bent. And once again, guys, this goes back to what I was saying. There's no good way to mount these stupid things. Like, what's a good way to do it? I don't know. I'd recommend you using the physical attachment nodes that you have in the forward cargo bays. I actually have an interesting idea about mounting these dudes, and it might work. Maybe the fairing plates just work better than this. I think rigid attach would fix this. All right, let's go back to the drawing board.
Well, back to the old electronic brain. Where was the kaboom? There was supposed to be an earth-shattering kaboom.
So I have a way of messing with this that probably will piss the Kraken off. But we're already pissing the Kraken off, so we're already there. We're already in hell. And if you're going through hell, keep going. All right, so to be honest, I've been wondering if you use Kraken tech to make bearings similar to how you do rockets. You could use cubic octets because you don't have to care about position. Well, that's certainly a solution, Aqualex, but I don't really like somebody actually already mentioned that, and I'll tell them what I told you. I don't like retrofitting hybrid tech into a design just because I think it needs it. It would be better to start over and design it with it involved from the start. But with that being said, we're still in the design phase here, so maybe, I don't know. So the first thing I'm going to do AJ, hope all is well. Big sad face over the KSP2 stacks. I'm still running 1080p, 1060 here. Simulated 1060 will do just fine. I'll bet you money. I'll bet you the game. I'm serious. I'll bet you the game. I'll bet you it'll run on 1060. This bet is only for simulated, and nobody else can take the bet. Strutting the drives together. Yeah, the more you let them bend, Rocket Guy, the better. Hey, Monoprop. How goes K-Drive development? The K-Drive development goes really good, Monoprop. This is the strongest K-Drive we've ever had. It can move a 2,000-ton ship around, no problem, which is actually pretty cool. But see, there's a little asterisk on no problem. It blows up when we go near the sun. Yeah. No point in betting if you can't play the game. Yeah, Simulated, I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but I have a theory about those specs. I think those specs are... kind of a ballpark, so to speak. I think I'm going to try it on the 1070, guys. I'm going to play KSP2 on my GTX 1070. I have a 3080 Ti that I'll put in the computer later if the 1070 does... Well, not if the 1070 doesn't cut it. I'll put the 3080 in because I want the better graphics, man. But yeah, when we play KSP2 next Friday, I will play it on the 1070 first. Hey, Rob, what's going on? 25 months. Okay, so I have a 3080 Ti. I went to the post office and got it today. Yeah, I went to the PO box. Yeah, a viewer gave it to me because he was upgrading to a 4080 Ti. or 4090 or something. All good. What are you building now? I'm working on the drives simulated. But yeah, dude, we don't have to. We can do a gentleman's bet. I think it'll work. I think it'll work, and I'm willing to put the first KSP2 stream that we play on my. I'm willing to play on the 1070 just to see. I'm pretty dang sure that those specs are the specs that they posted are the specs that they are looking for early access, because they made it a thing to show that those are the early access specifications and not necessarily the release specifications. Remember, early access game, right? So early access games can be unoptimized. That's fine. That's why they're in early access. Okay, so here's my idea, dudes. Let me get the 3 drives out. And you guys tell me if this is a good idea or not. I'm not 100% sure. It might work. Okay, there's my 3. Yeah, I'm like, for sure. So, what I'm about to do is take a girder segment and radially attach it onto the center, and then take the drive, reroute the drive to the girder segment, and now the drive is center attached instead of being attached on one side or the other. That might do it, dudes. We just fooled this thing into a inverse radial attachment, which is kind of funny, but... So, the next thing I'm going to do to ensure that this thing is attached correctly, I'm going to... put a nose cone on the front, on the forward or the backward attachment node right there, just to make sure that we're attaching this one to the right piece. And then what I'll do is make sure that interstage nodes are not on this payload fairing. Right, then we can keep the nose cone there. And then I will move this into position like that. Now, this piece is not going to have same vehicle attach, or same vehicle interaction, so it's fine. Can the Kerbals walk into the drive room? Like, is there a path? Yeah. I intended for there to be one, Chris, but right now they actually can't. That's when I kind of stopped working on it. The reason why I didn't put a door is because I didn't want to put a door in a spot where I didn't know what kind of drive we needed for this. Oh, no, keep that on there. Okay, that's all lined up. And it helps if you reroute the part first, idiot. Okay, detach that, reroute to there, and then go in here. And to make sure that all these drives are mounted in the same way, there's double attachment nodes for the interstage nodes there. See, there's two balls. I'm going to make sure they're all attached to the backward ones. And then we just gizmo this drive into position like that. I'm not sure how the landing legs will fare being always touching the other. Yeah, that's fine. Let's just... I really want to make sure that all these drives are mounted in the exact same way. Looks like a giant Johnson. And that might cause some leg clipping, but yeah, alright. I need to make sure they're all mounted exactly the same. The truss structure actually kind of makes it look cool. But the other thing we got to do is make sure that the payload bays don't hit each other. Nope, they don't. We're good. All right, so now we can get rid of the nose cones because we know we attach to the right nodes. And I'll leave everything auto strut disabled. Even with flexing, will they flex uniformly? Well, they're all going to be pushing on the girder segment, Rocket Guy. And the girder segment is attached. See, okay, here's the thing, fellas. Is this going to be any different than mounting the than how we had them mounted on fairing plates? Is it going to be any different? I don't think this is going to be any different. It potentially, yeah. I mean, yeah. All right, we'll do it. And this, guys, the fairing truss structure is this there because it kind of looks cool, like. Yeah, all right. So I changed the mount. They're center-mounted drives, and fellas, I'm not entirely sure that that's going to make a difference. Well, the hierarchy is the same. The hierarchy is the same, Potzer, as the fairing plates. It is different parts in there now, and now physics-less parts. I mean, that's not the girder segment is not a physics-less part, Rocket Guy. But the girder segment does have a way higher impact tolerance than the fairing does, so that might play into it. Put them on different parts of the yarn, and I'll attach to the same part. Yeah. Nice, it's me. You got your first docking in orbit. Very happy. Thanks for being an inspiration. Not a problem. Attach them to a cubic octag so it's attached on a physics-less part. You think that's a good idea, 95? You know what? I would... What's the impact tolerance on those? Do we have a physics-less part with super high impact tolerance? 7, 7, 6. The RCS ball. That's 15. Tessa, you really think you got the RCS ball doesn't have node attached, which means we'd have to radial attach to the fairing. All right, fine. Have it your way. This is such a stupid idea. Oh my goodness. If this does it, I'm gonna I don't know what I'll do. I say incrementally test. Yeah. Rocket Guy, I would, but see, time is our problem here. Time is our enemy. Can we reroute that to that? Nope, doesn't work. I broke it. Yeah, it didn't like that. You can't reroute to that, so we're gonna have to go with the girder segment. One change at a time. You always nag about it normally. Yeah, when we're not under a time crunch, oh no. That's what's making this project so challenging. I have no doubt in my mind that I could get endurance working, given enough time. Time not important, only life important. Great reference. Alright, well, we'll do the girder segments then. What about the radial attachment node? Should be a physics-less part. Raid, I'll be honest, I haven't had good luck with these things in the past, but... I would be more confident that that would be more of a radical change, though, than I would be more confident that that would be more of a radical change, though, than doing the girder. Oh, boy. Than doing the girder segment. Yeah. Kind of interested. Alright, let's make sure that these are all attached to the right things.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Attach that one right there. Take this one. Attach it to a backward-facing node there. And then take drive 1. Attach it to a backward-facing node there. They're all attached to the same nodes now. So... Hey, CKAN, what's going on? Do the drives hit each other? They actually don't. Huh. That's actually really good for us because that means that every drive is mounted to an attachment node in the exact same way. The only thing we kind of got to worry about is the landing legs hitting the payload bay below. Yeah, Mammon, that's what I've been doing, but I know these are attached to the backwards nodes. But if we want to be absolutely sure, that's the forward one there, that's the forward one there, and that's the forward one right there. Yeah, the nose cones pretty much confirmed that. And the cool thing is that if we turn on truss structure, boom. Now it looks like each drive is mounted. That's kind of cool. I don't think truss structure is going to change the outcome of the test because these parts don't do anything. They're just visual. All right, no auto strut on these things, right? All right, dudes, let's make sure that this works still. Okay, drive works, accelerometer's in. You guys ready? Let's do this. All right, so this is the 3 drives are mounted on a physics-less part. It's really close. You think I should change it? Think I should move them? The problem, Raid, the problem with that I can see is that if I keep that one in the same spot and then move that one 2 ticks down and then move that one 4 ticks down, is that they're not equidistant from the attachment points. And how you attach these things clearly makes a difference from what we just saw. Like, that clearly makes a difference. You still have the boosters to launch off the ground. Bro, Handy, this thing could make it without the boosters. It'll do it without them. We technically don't need them. The 3 drives should make it work. Try it this way. I agree. All right. Here we go. Let's send it, dudes. Let's see what we got. Cross your fingers. Knock on wood. You got to do it 3 times. My desk is actually made out of wood, so. Here we go. Here we go. Okay. Key in the drives, cow controller, bay position, accelerometer, fuel is up, SAS engaged, RCS on, radial out. Here we go. See, Ray, the other reason why I wanted to do this is because the legs are already compressed against the bay. So we'll know that if we go into solar orbit with the drives disengaged with the legs pressing against the bay below it, we'll know good and well if that's going to fix that problem. This kind of kills 2 birds with 1 stone. Nah, I mean, Sorden, this is the strongest way that I can think of. Alright. Engines up, headphone users, it's about to get loud. Five, 4, 3, 2, boosters in. Okay, engines are on, SRBs are cooking. Our frames are fine, it's the simulations, Iwadi. Okay, we're off the ground. I'm trying to watch the drives, dudes. We'll know when they engage. Everything should start bending in here. We've met our altitude constraint. There we go. Drives aren't moving. They are not moving. And we are going like a bat out of hell here. Holy cow. They didn't move. Curious. The Sears Tower is in the air. That's right. Let me shut down those engines. Save some fuel. I have the payload bay doors freaking wide open here because I wanted to watch. It's not pressing against anything. Selfish, they're mounted on a physics-less part that doesn't bend. It's the idea I had, the last idea I had with the spinning drives, mounting stuff on physics-less parts so it doesn't bend. So these drives probably aren't as powerful as we saw previously because they don't bend up like that, but being mounted on a physics part might be our savior here. 50,000 Pascal dynamic pressure. I'm going to push it. I'm interested. Yeah. What drives are you testing? My KRPC drives, Johnny. KRPC drives are basically the Epstein drive from The Expanse.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Capybara, 67 months. Think you appear to have room for a 4th drive unit. Fun fact, the space shuttle never launched with the payload bay doors open, even though it would have been awesome. Yeah, they're there for structure, man, so yeah, that probably wouldn't have ended well. Solomon Epstein is who the drive is named after. He was an engineer in the Expanse universe. We're still accelerating. 4.5. Our acceleration is actually going up. So watch the drives during separation. Ready? SRB sep in 3, 2, 1. All 3 drives broke. Now that's a run, dude. All 3 drives separated. Maybe disengage the drives before separation and spool up after. Something tells me that might be a good solution. Oh, that's gnarly, dude. So only the ones with the fairing plates didn't break when you stage. Yeah, interesting, Raid. How do the drives work? They crush landing gear inside of a payload bay bone, and it ends up applying insane accelerating force. And you saw how big that ship is. Ship's 2,000 tons. Just pushed it up like nobody's business, dude. Just like any other rocket. I don't think you need the boosters now. Yeah, Aqualex, I agree. The drives broke, they ran into the fairing plate, and the plate separated. Fortunately, the game took such a dump when it happened that I actually saw it that time. Yeah. I'm not sure we need those boosters, dudes. In fact, I'm gonna take them off. If that's cool with everybody here. Impressive dump. Right? I'm taking them off. I don't think we need the SRBs. Less boosters? Yeah, I know. It's weird, right? The boosters add cool factor. Yeah, they also make the thing not work. Okay. The boosters. We still have our main engines, don't worry. Yeah, and if push comes to shove, we always can just go with Yarg's negative inverse fuel drives. Those could work. You watch Bullet Train Drummer? Do not call me bro. Not bad. I told you. It's not like the greatest movie I've ever seen, dude, but it's in a sea of just awful movies that come out now. It's an original, cool idea. It's a good flick, man. Good flick. But Newton's third law doesn't exist in the Kerbal universe. Yeah, Bone, I know. But what I've been wanting to do as we get up to KSP 2 here, what I want to do is, I want to try to push KSP to its limits. Really see the theoretical maximums of how insane you can actually get with this game. It reminds me of a ship I made. Maybe you heard of it. That's the Agatha King. Nice. Alright, no boosters this time. Let's just turn the engines on and go. Accelerometer is up. Cal controller is up. Payload bay initiation point is up. Won't that technically be engaged during SOI changes with the gear resting on the bay below it? Yes. And Mutter, when chat was telling me to have the drive clamped when we go through SOI change, I said that it's probably going to blow up when we go through SOI, but we'll find that one out sooner rather than later. Engine ignition. Boosters in ignition. Continue with the operation. You may fire when ready. What? You're far too trusting. I thought we already found it didn't explode. We're talking about having the drives in a keyed position. Go force. Have them like not activated but partially clamped. Okay, stand by for liftoff. What's up, Kelly? All right, she's up. The drive is way engaged. When it ticks, I'm kind of worried that if the drive shifts into high gear, it's gonna blow up. We'll watch the drives to be sure. Why does it take so long to get to a higher gear? Is the ship's heavy, Randy? It might explode. Guys, my gut's telling me this thing's gonna pop. We're at 172. The driving went into high gear and we pulled 5 Gs when it was at 130 with the boosters. There's so much potential energy in there. I'm actually kind of scared. Oh my god. Okay. I don't like this, Mike. It should engage here. We're at 220. Oh my gosh, this is gonna blow up. It'll blow up. It'll blow up. There's no way. If this holds, I'm gonna be damn impressed. Our drives are almost at max power. That gauge right there is your throttle position. It didn't do it. It's not doing it. She isn't engaging. Interesting. Didn't shift. It would have shifted by now, guys. Yeah, right. Nah, Alexa, it'll just keep going up. It won't engage. They're accelerating us, bro, Hendy. They get us to the threshold that we need to accelerate for the drives to shift. I don't. Yeah, it's not a full. There's not a full science behind these drives, dude. Considering they break physics. Yeah, yes, of course. Actually, we're trying to put it in orbit around the sun, not Kerbal. Have to be going a certain speed, yeah. It won't Aqualex from past experience, dude. It won't engage. It'll just, I mean, maybe if we drain all the fuel out of it, maybe. But yeah, it either ticks or it doesn't. Try putting it in solar orbit. I mean, boosters actually got it off the ground, Cater. Yeah, that's what they did. All right, let me bring up the debug menu, guys, and I'll just put it up in orbit. I don't know what this is gonna do to the drive, but let me slowly disengage the drive. While we're falling, set orbit. All right. Overclock the mains for enough thrust. Yeah, Tessa. Yeah, I don't have a spare cal on the ship, but yeah, that could also do it. We could just overclock these and use some of the fuel to get this thing up off the ground, which would actually work better on Eve as well. Because, you know, we can refuel these. Did you try to attach solid fuel boosters? Try. We did.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
All right. It's not going to kick in, DJ. We went over this before when we were trying to find the appropriate amount of drives. Maybe if we wanted it to go by itself with no SRBs, it might be worth adding the fourth drive, which we do have room for, might I add. But I have a feeling this thing's going to blow up in heliocentric as well. So the first thing we got to do is just get enough. Just point in the right direction and we'll accelerate and see what it does. I mean, we'll know if this blows up. we'll know if it's not going to work because the landing legs are technically preloaded against the bays below them. So my theory is that these two will just completely rip themselves apart when we go into solar orbit, like right when we transition into solar orbit. Stand by, we should get drive engagement here momentarily. Hang on one second. That's normal. They jostle around here, and then when the drives engage here, they'll stop. Just like that. We had engagement right at 20. Drive is on. Acceleration is at 1G. And increasing. Okay, let's push it. Top drive is offset. I noticed that we have pitching moment. See the SAS is compensating, but that forward drive isn't completely aligned. It's actually shifted. If we're looking at it from this way, it's shifted a little bit to the right, which is not that big of a deal. That pitching moment is only going to get worse. Hang on one second, guys. We'll go with 2 drives. 2 drives won't invalidate the test, so let me just shut off SVI on this. And, yeah. Let's get the drives back loaded up. Yeah, we really have no luck lately with this stuff, fellas. Okay, drives are engaging. Why is your orbital speed dropping with the drive engaged? Because I'm burning radial out. It's the direction of burn, dude. And yeah. Yeah, see, less pitching moment this time around. I don't know how that one got misaligned, but yeah, that's not good for our test, but it's okay. We could still make 5Gs with 2 of these drives. Drive is throttled. Alright, let's push it. We're at maximum 3.5. Mammon, we discussed the possibility of having backup drives, and that's kind of the reason why I made a payload base, so we could hot swap the drives if we need to. But I found that the drives, if the drive breaks, the whole ship blows up. So if we have a scenario where the drive breaks, the whole thing's gonna explode. So, and I'm running out of time. So, I don't know, I'm not sure how we're gonna do this. Right, Tom? You like that? How many streaming days until KSP? Well, next Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Hey, Creeper. Yeah, this thing's awfully slow with only 2 of the drives going. It might be best to just swap to a Mark II-3 hybrid craft. I know. I agree, Tom. Yeah, GT5 just didn't hit the same as 4. I'm with you on that one. But yeah, it seems like KSP 1 isn't gonna go anywhere, at least with the community, from based off of what I've seen. So maybe we can keep going with it. Time to cancel the weekend plans. How insane can you make an actual in-game engine? What do you mean, Hellfish? It hasn't blown up yet. There we go. We're heliocentric. Cool. So, Yarg actually had an idea, and the idea was actually pretty damn cool. Yarg's idea was having an engine, and dude, we could retrofit the Endurance to do this. So we basically overclock. We could overclock these engines to give us a decent enough thrust to weight, because we're at 0.41 right now. That's not bad for just engine power. I could give it 1.0 TWR, which means we would accelerate at 1G, which is pretty cool. And then in here, we could have an engine that's inversely overclocked. And if the engine is an inverse clock, that means it'll generate fuel. I thought that was neat. I thought that was a neat way of doing that. So that means we could have drives that basically have infinite fuel. Will you stick to your schedule next week, or you play all weekend? Sorry if this has already been asked. I'm thinking clear the schedule next weekend, Daitor. Just Tiny Victory. Just Tiny Victory and I enjoying the Uncle EJ show. There you go. There you go, Victory. I.e. overclocking. Can you stack cows that will take overclocking to the moon? Untested, Hellfish. I mean, why not just turn on infinite fuel then? Exactly, Savvy. That's been my thing. The Kraken drives at least have behavior that needs to be understood, and we need to. It has behavior that needs to be understood, and we need to like engineer it, right? That's my thing. That's always been my thing. I've known about the inverse fuel glitch for a long time, and I know that works, right? Like, slow disengage. Like I know that that's a thing. So I'm not like too into it. The Kraken drives require some skill to put together, and the drives are never super precise, so you're going to need some type of control system for them. The fact that you have to do systems engineering with how you make your Kraken drive is why, if I was going to use one of these game-breaking drives, this is the one that I wanted. Also, that just looks really freaking cool in the engine bay. I mean, I'm not going to lie to you. Can you overclock the spring rate of the landing gear to give 3 drives worth of spring rate? It's the damper settings, dude, and these things only work if the damper is zeroed. And I'm not sure you can key the damper and the spring strength on a cal controller, dude. Alright, well. Here we go. Yeah, Mutter, I'm not sure. That's untested behavior. I'm not sure if you can overclock a cal controller because you can just set the time on the cal. What happens if you edit parts of the spring and damper actually can be set to 0? I don't know. Okay, here it goes. Ten seconds. Time warp broke it. Okay, we have one drive. Here it goes. It's gonna break. It's gonna break right now. Ready? At least we got this nice, easy listening. Yeah, that's why, Starkiller, you have to move around with the drives unseated. You can't time warp with the drives engaged because they break. There was no result difference there. It did the exact same thing that it did before. what to do, dudes. It sucks because, yeah, the endurance freaking, it just, yeah, won't do it. You know, it should have taken me a little bit more time to get I should have taken a little more time to make sure that the drives were qualified to move something this big before I engineered out the entire damn ship. But then again, I don't know. This is all uncharted territory for me. I'm not exactly sure what to do. We could do a smaller ship, yeah. The Nautilus will work. But Grissom. Yeah. But if I recall correctly, the Grissom had kind of a similar problem, dude. Have we tested not using the fairing as an attachment base? No, Rocket Guy. I haven't. But I gotta have something ready by Monday, dude. Even at this rate. I'll have to visit the Moon, Minmus, like Eve and Gilly in like the first couple hours of Monday's stream, dude. Hey, Chaos. Because your test ships were in a cargo bay. Yeah, Dwarshak, exactly. Drummer, yeah. I'm not interested in playing any other games for a good amount of time. Attach to the SRB keel. That'll put it back in tension instead of in compression. Attach to the SRB keel. I like this ship, damn it. We can't push the drives in solar orbit, Drummer. They won't work. Yeah, they don't do. I'm not sure how to fix it, dude. Don't get me wrong, we could sit here and incrementally test till we're blue in the face. But yeah, I'm struggling to find. I mean, like, dude, we have to get a mission. The mission has to be like ready to go. I haven't done enough testing to really figure that out, dudes. And our results, every time we do this, our results are trending backwards. We're trending with less and less capability every time. So there seems to just be one more test needed, I think, before the ship is the problem, i.e. attach to those tank nodes, or just move them into the Mark III cargo bays. Into the bays? Like up here? What was wrong with the shuttle? Nothing, PY. I did that as a thing to hedge my bets, so we could fly it everywhere, but, yeah. Because unless I'm wrong, you test your ships from last week, all the drives attached to the same fairing node, and I could be wrong. I'm not understanding, Rocket, how if the node is what's snapping, why does it matter? Because fairing nodes and engine plate nodes are weak. But they're not, though. That's the thing. They're not. I can't figure. I can't. Okay, I can figure out a solution for this. I don't think we have the time. I'm merely saying to do this to see if it is truly the ship that is the issue. So what do you want me to do, Rocket Guy? Like... Dude, I'm just not sure how to be fully conclusive about this in the time that we have allotted, that's all. I mean, Rain, I could make anything work in KSP. I can make anything work. Yeah. Yeah, this ship, there's really no other good spot to attach them, guys. I made them to be attached to the fairings. Like, that, Rocket Guy, that's my big problem here.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Just put the Kraken drives in 4X and the Mark III nodes. It doesn't matter if it's uncontrollable. We need to know. Okay. Yeah, Nikita, the ship looks great. And honestly, if I could get this up out of Kerbin's atmosphere, we could probably Grand Tour with it without the drives. But honestly, I don't think it has enough fuel. Just because it's designed for the damn Kraken drives. But, alright, well, I'll try mounting the drives in the payload base, dude. I'm not sure how this is going to work, but yeah, we'll try it. You guys want me to mount directly? Like, how do you want me to do this? Like... Is that fine? Node on the Mark II bay to the node on the Mark III bay. Okay. I mean, we might have to fly with the bays open. Well, there's no same vessel interaction up here, so... What if you put the smaller drives into the Mark III cargo bays, convert the engine bay into the cargo bay, and ditch the rear sections of the ship? Why don't I just use a Grissom at that point, Raid? Heck, just do one drive at either, I mean... Yeah, Tessa, I'll do that, and we'll just zap this thing up into solar orbit and we'll see what it does. Yeah, that's true, NeoQ, but yeah, we've gotten drives to work out there in the past with a smaller ship. My last one, you get a second. Why not scrub the drives and build a Grand Tour ship with the Delta V plus thrust plus tires so you support? Time is my big constraint. Time is my big constraint. I should have just did this instead of doing the shuttle a couple months ago. But hindsight's 2020, you know. Yeah, I mean, Rain, that would basically mean I need to make a Grand Tour ship that has the fuel to go everywhere. You know, landers, refuel, and all that stuff needs to work exactly perfect on the first try. That's hard to do. That takes time. Station went pretty hard, though. The station was dope. I'm proud of that station. I should have started that whole project like a month earlier, and then we would have had time, because we would have been using the shuttle to make transfer vehicles and stuff. Can Grissom do it? It's possible. Alright, get that off the screen. I've seen this thing blow up enough. Banana. Alright, I'm just gonna zap us up into solar orbit here. Where are we? Okay. So this thing should basically just start spinning out of control, or the drive's just going to break off completely. So let's see. Is Grissom with the proper build hierarchy? I thought Endurance was built because Grissom's were not. That's precisely the reason, Zeppelin. I'm actually... How's it under control? If the cow controller was pinned, so yeah. Yeah, it was just working, Rocket Guy. Did you see it? It was working when I was compressing and decompressing the cow controller. Yeah. So, guys, I'm right. I'm in an attached config to a larger vessel. Yeah. So it seems like there's a mass limit, Aqualex, but see, now I'm wondering. So what are we doing? Let's talk this out. What is it doing when it does that? So the gear are pushing on the gear push on that Mark II bay with such an insane amount of force that it's enough to snap the Mark II bay off of its attachment node, right? The reason why is because the legs impart force and it just can't move that mass around. So that tells me that we don't have enough Kraken drive. That's what that would suggest. We don't have enough Kraken drive. That's what that would suggest. Four drives could do it, man. Like maybe 4 is the solution. Let's go back to Endurance R1. Struts don't work. Struts actually make the drives perform worse, believe it or not. Yeah, that's what that, I mean, would, am I wrong? Did the shuttle work? I actually crashed it before we tested it, Dirty, but it should work just fine. I mean, we can do any number of tests here, guys. We could, that's the wrong one, idiot. Quick, put the shuttle in helio and test. Alright. I wouldn't... Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. I'm down with that. Let's make it happen. Make it happen. Yeah, I mean... we know the Nautilus can accelerate in helio. It's definitely a thing. It's definitely a thing. That does work. Like, I've used Kraken drives with these exact landing legs out there, and I'm pretty sure that the shuttle should do it too. It's I outfitted the Nautilus with a payload bay drive PigSig and it worked, yeah. Excuse me, sorry about that. Might need more coffee. We might need to rethink our approach here, guys. But yeah, let's do these tests. We'll see. We'll see. I'm kind of bumming a little bit, but now I'm more thinking about, like, all right, clearly like, we're not testing right. We're not doing this right. And I'm trying to think what would be the best way to do it. But here, let's do this. Ready? Good enough. We'd have to disengage the drive before I warp it up there. Do it before it crashes. Oh, damn, I'm good. Nice. Show off, yeah. Where are we? We right around Kerbal? Yeah, we are. Okay. Set the course. Fortuna. Set the course. Good day, Commander. Alright, well, this is the same drive with the legs in the exact same spot with the same Mark III payload bay. Let's see what it does. Accelerometer is on. Actuator is on. Payload bay is on. Megavoid, well, if this drive engages, you'll see what happens when you fully compress landing gear in KSP. Yeah, watch this. See? Yeah, this has no problem engaging. We're about to go real fast, dudes. Watch the accelerometer. There we go. I don't think it's a mass limitation, Tessa. I don't think it's a mass limitation at all. I think more engines are gonna, more drives. I think more drives is what we need. We have probe control, dudes. Don't worry about that. $18 Gs of acceleration. Look at that. Are you saying the answer is more boosters? Yeah, rates seem to be okay. So use this different, smaller engine, but stack more. I mean, Rocket Guy, the other engine is literally the same thing. These Mark III bays are exactly the same. I'm thinking maybe 4. I'm thinking 4 of that other. 4 might be right. Yeah. How much time would it take on a brachistochrone trajectory, Hyper? I'm not 100% sure. Wouldn't take very long. In another universe, when we have more time, I would love to test it, but yeah. Minutes, hours? Oh, it would take a couple of days. Just a couple of days. Yeah, maybe a week. But a week, and that's basically like even in the furthest, most inefficient transfer with a brachistochrone trajectory, you're still, yeah, a month. The fastest high-energy Hohmann transfer to Mars is only every 26 months, and that's 3 months. I swear that drive looks different. It engages exactly the same. It is, dude, I'm telling you, it's the exact same drive. Everything is absolute snapped and placed in the exact same spot, attached to the 1.8 fairing and everything. Unless there's a difference in the payload bays. It's the short Mark II bay, not the long one. Half as much force from the bay to the attachment point. What? One note on this test, the shuttle has a single bay Kraken drive connected to one node. The Endurance engines are twin bay Kraken drives connected to a single node. Guys, they're the same. Oh, the Endurance drives are using the longer Mark II bay, letting you pack twice as many legs and doubling the force you put into the attachment point. That's what you guys are trying to say. Oh, I got you. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, I see what you're saying. Let me just check something, fellas, while we're here, okay? So around Elu, we should be fine. Let's just... I just want to see if it works going out to Elu with the smaller drive. Let's see. Let's see if she works here. I gotta turn the shuttle's fuel cells on so we don't lose electrical. Let me just warp a little bit so we regain all of our fuel. Alright, well, we're out near Elu. Let's see if this works. The legs on node actually might... That actually... Yeah, that sounds right. Yeah, we have 22 legs pushing on the same node as we have 10 here. So splitting the drive... Yeah, see? Instant engagement every time. Okay, I think we might be onto something here. Let's just... Yep. Works just fine. Is the shuttle plan B if time runs out? Pretty much. So how many of this drive, how many of this one would we need? if we were going to equate it out, we would. This one has 10 landing legs in it. Have you shared your plans for KSP 2 early access? Play the game and enjoy it, serious. Yeah, that's just play it, dude. Have some fun. Yeah, Collins Block 1Ds can go anywhere. This is the Millennium Falcon. I can go anywhere. I can't play it because of the stupid GPU requirement. I'm pretty sure you can, Nils. I have a GTX 1070 on this computer right here. I'll play KSP 2 with it on, and I'll show you what I'm talking about. But, yeah. Everybody wants to jump on the screw this train, so... Anyways, that's a 48-month resub. Alright, let me go find the brick drive. This is the brick drive. Here we go. Let me just make sure that this has the landing legs in the same spot. Okay. Hold on one second. Let me go back and look at Collins and make sure that the landing legs are in the same spot. Having your minimum specs be far higher than Cyberpunk or Elden Big is honestly a pretty dumb mistake. Thomas, do you know how when people make stupid comments about New Glenn or Starship or the space shuttle on Twitter, and you know that they don't mean it, but the thing is that they don't have enough information? You know what I mean? You know those types of comments? Yeah, you just made one. Sorry, man. No, there's no need to... Rain, no. I'm not talking about early access until KSP 2 comes out. Never mind. Yeah, okay, cool. Alright, I'm gonna jump back into this. So, I have to adjust the brick design in the Mastercraft file to make sure that when I go to duplicate the drive, we can duplicate it a bunch of times and not make sure that it works exactly like this one as advertised. It's all good. Dude, I'm telling you guys, people are just jumping the gun, man. People are jumping the gun, and it's kind of annoying. Alright, those legs need to be there. That's where they need to go. They need to go one tick inwards and one tick forwards. Those are the exact positions that they are in the other bay. You're a bit concerned too, but you think EJ has a point. I mean, you guys know good and well that we don't have enough information. Like, I don't know how people can be so sure about this. But I mean, it is what it is, dude. We had a good conversation about it, and I'd like to think that I put at least a couple people's minds at ease. I basically predicted what their statement was going to be before they even made it. I predicted it to a T, actually, with like I would say, I don't know, how close were we, guys, to what Intercept's statement about the spec requirements were? How close were we? I'd say it was like 98% on, easily. Was this misalignment of pistons in a particular bay the origin of the drives not activating previously within the larger apparatus? No. No. 1% at least. Yeah, dad joke. It's around 220 tons. I also woke up not that long ago. Yeah, Thomas, I had a pretty good discussion about it, dude. Long story short, those specs are most likely what the recommended specifications are for early access in an unoptimized state of KSP. Meaning that you can play KSP with a 1070, no problem. With a 1070 graphics card. You can play with a crappier processor. That's not an issue. Those are there because they have optimizations remaining to do. It is an early access game after all. That's it. That's all. People are freaking out over nothing. People are freaking out over nothing. And, like, dude, it's hilarious to see, like, in the Discord, man. Oh, dude. It's an overestimation of minimum specs because the game is unoptimized, because it's an early access game. Because, Thomas, think about it, dude. And Nils, you too. Think about it, guys. How could you optimize Kerbal for a mass audience without actually releasing it into early access? How is that possible? It's a sandbox game. It's a sandbox game. How can you optimize that? There's no freaking way. There's no way you're gonna get it 100 reasonably optimized without going into early access. Why do you think they chose to do early access in the first place? I have no idea, Squall. Yeah, I can think of another game that did that, and it turned out okay, but, you know, everybody's just so quick to be mad. It's frustrating as hell, man. Thomas, it's frustrating as hell, dude. I'm not gonna lie. We can take the batteries out. All right. So let's go. So how many of these do we need? The other drives have 22 legs in them. So this has 10. So we had 6 drives before. That means we had 66 landing. That's probably why it was blowing up. We had 66 landing legs. We had 66 landing legs, boy. So I think we'll put 6 in there and we'll call it a day. All right. And I'm just going to make sure this cow controller works exactly like, yeah, there we go. It has to go, this point has to be at engagement. The legs engage at 27 right there. So, actually I'm going to set it to 28 just so we can unload the drives. Yeah, perfect. That's exactly like the other controller. Excellent. All right. Cool. Let's go back to endurance. Won't be enough. You'll need 7 minimum. I don't think so, Tessa. I'll go with 6. Yeah, Aquilex, I might do that. That would be a good way to make a splash, wouldn't it? Yeah, let's see. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22. I think 6 will do us right. Call it a gut feeling. Or we could just say screw it and go to 8. Because if it's not gonna work, it's not gonna work. It's either work or it's either gonna work or it's not gonna work, man. Maybe it would be a good idea to do incremental testing. But nah, screw it. Let's go right to 8. Let's baseline at 8 because we freaking can, dudes. I'm in. That's a good idea. This is gonna end terribly. Oh, man. And you know what the crazy thing is when you think about it? Splitting up the drives like this is adding, what, 8 extra parts? Interestingly enough, like you'd think that, oh, I gotta split up the drives and now it's gonna be so many extra pieces and now it's gonna suck. No, not really. I mean, this engine bay is gonna look insane when it's done, though. I will say that. Drive. There we go. Okay, ready? So how many attachment nodes do we have? 2, 4, 6, 8. Yeah, we have enough to do 8. Perfect. All right, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put markers. I'll attach a cubic octet to the top here, right? And put that there, and then go into mirror sim, right? And just, we'll go here like this. And we'll mark all the positions that we, like, where the drives need to be. This is just because I can't attach in symmetry. So let's put the first set of drives butted right up against here. They're gonna need to be a little ways apart from each other. That seems to be okay. So the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to take the cal controller off of this. And then I'm going to put it, we're going to put it right there next to the accelerometer. That'll make it so we can duplicate these a little bit better. Right? Perfect. Okay. Because duplicating the cal controller screws up the game logic. Yep, that's not interfering with anything. I'll get rid of those struts because we don't necessarily need them. The other thing we could do limit the doors to 50 so they don't collide. Yeah, you know what? Side by side versus up and down doesn't make a difference. So let's go here and we'll set max value to 50, right? And then we'll go from there. Yeah, so they won't go past the engage point. Perfect. All right, cool. So go right here like this, take that piece, or take the drive. Now where can the drive go? The drive can get a lot, yeah, we can make it a lot more compact. Perfect. Now before we duplicate anymore, I'm just gonna get rid of the lights. We don't need that, and we don't need the accelerometer on the drive either. So dump that, and now duplicate. This is going to be insane. I cannot be held responsible for what happens to this thing when it goes. All right. I think space is going to be at a premium, so I'm going to move these just to the point before they load up on the fairing plate. Not that they have same vessel interaction on the fairing plate, but yeah, we'll do that. Okay. Action groups. Actually, we'll save that. We could do that all at the end. All right, let's mount the next set. We can mount here, that's fine. That's as low as we can mount this thing, because as long as the landing legs aren't touching that bay, we're good to go. Remove the gear from AG toggle. Yeah, we had it removed before, but not with these new drives, so yeah, thank you. That's as low as those can go. That's as low as those can go. Okay, fitment check. Yep, those are aligned. Those are aligned. Ooh. If these smaller drives are the answer to the too many landing legs issue, how's a drive solving the problem? This is 10 landing legs pushing on one payload bay with the same attachment node as the bigger payload bay. So basically this is spreading the load, Starkiller. This is the same, dude, they do the same thing with rockets. This is why Falcon 9 has 9 engines, all right? Because if it was one big engine, that's a lot harder to make. I'm thinking that is how Kraken drives actually do. Make a 2x2 grid of bays. Guys, let's roll with 6. Okay? Let's roll with 6. Let me make sure that the controller works. This is going to be ridiculous looking. Like, absolutely ridiculous. Those Mark III bays up front are empty. You could put drives in the bays. I could. Let's just start with 6 raid. I want all the drives in one spot where I can see them, dude. Honestly. Yeah, Ronnie, right? It looks like this thing deploys these things as like, yeah, fighter drones or something. Just use an engine plate for 6 times symmetry. Why, Mutter? You broke my heart, Mutter. Hi, what's this? We have a theory, Kuro. See, we have that guy wailing on the sax for us. It's giving us positive vibes. And no time. Thanks for reminding me, man. As if that wasn't screwing with me enough. This thing's gonna look like a freaking reactor core. It's gonna actually look like a reactor core when we're done, dudes. Ah, they gotta go out. There we go. Hey, Launcher X, how are you? New design? Well, we have a theory about this, and it might work, it might not work. We're not sure. I think that the theory is that splitting the drives up into smaller components, like how you'd cluster rocket engines, might end up being the thing, might end up being the solution, because we noticed that by testing this thing, we noticed that what was it? The drive was actually breaking off, but the drive was perfectly intact. It took me, chat noticed it right away. It took me a second to figure it out, guys. I'm kind of tired out. This whole week trying to cope with the jet lag and stuff is really messing me up. I'm not as on my game as I could, but chat definitely helped me out on that one. You guys, I was about to make a smaller ship. This might, but I have pretty high confidence in this one. I think it's going to work. Yeah, chat, I can't take credit for this, Rain. Chat did this. So we have, instead of the drives being split into 3 drives that are stacked on top of each other, I have each drive, we cut each drive in half. So we're not putting as much load on the Mark III bay or Mark II bay. We have them cut in half, and and we have them in 6 drives instead. And now, the thing about this, fellas, is, well, I can take this and now we have 7. Now we have enough. I mean, I'll be honest with you. There were people that proposed an idea similar to this earlier, but I wasn't sure if it was going to work. But now that we've isolated the fault tree, this actually isn't the worst idea, you know. Why not do 3 wheels of drives? Because I'm trying to come up, Starkiller, I'm trying to come up with something that's similar to as tested previously. And now I just need to make sure that all the drives actually copy that curve, put that curve there. is. That's nuts. Yeah, right. So how many do we have? We have 70 here, right? 70 landing legs. It looks like a radial engine. It does look like a radial engine now. Now double it. Huh? I don't think the fairing has enough attachment nodes to do that. I just hope. So the reason why I put those cubic octags is so every drive is, all the drives are facing inward. So if we like engage one side over the other, they'll all engage symmetrically. That's why I did that. That's why the cubic octags are there. You have the ability to run 7 or 3 Kraken drives very easily now. Yep. This is gonna work. One thing that I'm going to do, because we have the space to do it now, is lights. Yeah, just... There we go. Nothing is grandparent strutted. Alright, so let's try this without any boosters. Let's see what it does. Because we have theoretically 4 more legs than what we had before. Direct to solar? Yeah, cats. Cats, it's interesting. You were saying 3 drives next to each other. Turns out that that kind of was the right path, but... right answer, wrong formula, you know? What's your record top speed? The Nautilus went 330,000 meters a second, Kuro. So it's the number of landing legs? Well, Novus, what we're trying here... So, I put the long Mark II bay just on the ship anywhere, right? And I tried to fire it in solar, and it broke right off. But the drive was perfectly fine. It just, the drive literally shattered off and started flying around in space, right? So, that tells me that because the drive didn't just completely obliterate itself, that it was the attachment. It's the Mark II attachment. Right? At least that's our running theory. So, with the long bay, we have 22, I had 22 landing legs pushing on a Mark II fuselage. But then I went and tested my shuttle with the drive in the bay, in the payload bay. We put Collins up there, got it out by ELU, and tried to engage this drive. And chat came up with the theory that, which is a pretty damn good theory, that we may have had too many landing legs pushing on the damn payload bay. With a ship this big, it might be better to evenly distribute it over 7 payload bays, right? Hey, Nevio. The Speed Demon is on track today. Cool. So, we have 70 legs here in this design. But the 70 legs are distributed, instead of being in 3 payload bays, they're in 7 payload bays now. So that, we're gonna see if that makes a difference now. I put the accelerometer in a stupid spot because I'm an idiot. So a good way to start incremental testing of this is just to see if it gets off the ground. To see if we're even remotely on the right track. Okay, all the drives engaged correctly. I'm gonna feel so good if this works. Fingers crossed. Me too, man. It's more Hellfish in this particular scenario. It's more motor mount than anything. We should be getting drive engagement here. $20 seconds. Okay. Okay, starting to get engagement. Come on, drives. Good engagement, guys. She's going up. What's wrong here? Huh. Asymmetrical engagement on the drives, dudes. The drives didn't separate. They were there until they hit the ground, so. We need KRPC SAS for this. Let's zip it into solar. Actually, I'll zip it into Kerbal orbit first. It's probably going to spin out of control because not all the drives engage symmetrically. I was hoping that orienting every drive in the same way was going to do that, but another way to fix that would be to increase speed of engagement so they all end up compressing at the same rate because you shock loaded them. That could work. Can you crack in the SAS strength with the Cal? No, I don't think so. No, you can't. Well, Taco, that wasn't the worst result. The drives do engage, but they just don't engage very smooth. Maybe it's a torque thing like a helicopter. Yeah, kind of. Linear was my solution to get it more stable, Erudite. Yeah. But I don't have enough space to place 7 drives in here. Assigning cals to control the same slider at the same priority and their input values average. How are we gonna Lux, in order to do that you need to pick up on the rates. I need to pick up on these numbers here. That doesn't work. I'd have to manually control it. I don't want to have to manually control this thing. KRPC SAS would probably be the right way to do this, but let's zip the thing up into space first, and we'll see if it works up there. Now, the result that I'm looking for here is probably going to be the same thing. The ship's just probably going to start spinning around. That's okay. Can they be tilted to align through the center of mass, or would the angle be too severe and limit thrust? Rocket Guy, all these things do is apply force, so it is directional. So yeah, doing a Atlas SRB tilted nozzle, yeah, that would absolutely work. But the center of mass of the ship is just like directly above them, dude. So they'd all have to be tilted in. And that's not a problem, but we'd be taking a gnarly cosine loss. I have yet to see you use a legit KRPC SAS. I know. I know, dude. I know. Okay, we're up in space now. Alright, let's see what this does. We'll know if it's moving, so I'm just gonna bring those two up and engage the drives. What I think is going to happen here is the ship's going to spin out of control, but I think it'll work. Okay, so we have a good mesh engagement here. What if you put the engines in a circle? I was AFK. I don't know if somebody else suggested that. Putting them in a circle. Yeah, you were AFK. Yeah, I think you were AFK. Spin stabilization? Oh, we've been down this road before. Dude, spins.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Spin stabilization is not the worst idea. Can you imagine if we put this whole thing on a gigantic rotating turntable? What if you put them in the shape of an L on your forehead? We should be getting engagement. All right, let's just... Yeah, it introduced a lot of yaw. Yeah, those right, see you last. Well, you've never seen the rates change after engagement. The rate is compounding, dude. See, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43. What are you talking about? Just because a rate is maxed out doesn't mean it's not compounding. before we fall out of orbit. Hello? Oh. Okay. All right, moment of truth. Make sure we get the rates all figured out. Okay, here we go. Moment of truth. Did we break anything? Okay, we got past initial engagement. The game did think about it for a second. It was like, eh? Check map for debris. Something is broken. There is debris. Well, the back fell off. Well, the back fell off. We lost the... I told you there were structural gremlins down there. Drives engaged. No, it's not engaged. No, we're not at 20. We're not at an engagement point yet. Something exploded back there. We lost a couple of engines. We should get engagement now. We're accelerating. Yes. Yes. Good job, guys. Whoa, dude, open payload bay. That's cool. But also, I told you there's structural gremlins down there.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
No longer shall you doubt the power of chat. Dude. 6 Gs of acceleration. Not bad. Yeah, good job, guys. It was the bay pushing on the attachment node. And then we gotta fix whatever the hell's going on back there, but the payload bay isn't finished anyway, so... Try to tune the drives? I'm not sure how we're gonna tune them. How would we do that? Nice, Selfish. Interdasting. All right. Yeah, Oglegs, I think a Kraken SAS is probably the quick and easy fix here. It'll compensate. Would that fairing be the heaviest part? No, it's fully fueled, Mutter. Nah, I don't think so. Could you lower the thrust curve? The thrust curve? The engagement, guys, but there's no point in trying to trim that out. It's gonna be it's float point that's causing the differential engagement, guys. I don't think there's a good way. I don't think there's a not a good way. I don't think we should even bother chasing that demon. This works. Am I wrong? I'm going to leave the SPH and come back. Could the drive be failing due to the craft size? No, Alex. No, we just fixed that problem. We got it to work in Helio. We got 7 Gs of acceleration, a 2,200 ton ship. No, that was huge, man. That fixed it. I have a feeling the center drive is what's throwing the balance off, as in non-symmetrical. It is symmetrical, though. It's symmetrical over its axis. Drives where craft failed is better than what the result we were getting before, Taco. I'll tell you that, though. Also, with cracker drives, when have you ever been worried about efficiency? Why not point them to the COM? I have to take everything I say so damn literally, dude. I say it's not as efficient because you're imparting a cosine loss. That implies that you're taking a thrust efficiency hit because you're taking half of the thrust out because you're pointing through the center of mass, because these drives are going to have to be 40 to 45 degrees inward. So that means the drives won't be as powerful. I.e., we'll only be able to accelerate it at like 1 to 2 Gs. We won't be able to go super freaking fast. Our TWR will take a dump because of cosine losses. That's what I mean. Or we could just make the thing rotate and spin stabilize the stupid thing. I don't know. I don't think that's a good idea. I don't think that's going to work. Would putting them all in line avoid the adverse yaw? Yeah, but I'd need a bigger... Yeah, yes it would. $95, are you here, buddy? Show me the SAS. Burbats. Show me that Kraken Tech SAS, dude. Show me that SAS, boy. Also, we had a structural failure here on that fairing, and the whole back of the ship came off. Interestingly enough, despite being strutted, which tells me that we still need a central... I still need to do a little bit of a structural rebuild on the aft end of the ship, just on a side note, but that's not a big deal. That's not a game changer. What happened with the station? The station's finished, dude. I finished it. Yeah, here. This is our solution, guys, to fix that offset. Everybody, after I finished the shuttle, everyone's like, oh, do Grissom's and stuff. So I'm like, all right. Okay. 95. How many ticks off of the control surfaces are those? Yeah, see this thing right here, this T shape, guys, that's attitude control. So 2 of these are for pitch, 2 of them are for roll, 2 of them are for yaw. My guy. All right. Fellas, this should fix our problem. KRPC SAS is legit. Is that a KRPC drive reaction wheel? Yes. Why did I put this here? I forget. Oh, to EVA around. That's right. I was wondering. I forgot why that was there. And that's a legit looking core. It does look pretty freaking cool. You know what it needs? You know what it needs? Blue light. It needs blue lights. And it needs a blue light over each drive. I don't know. Cherenkov radiation or whatever. Dude, it's gotta be. Yeah, it's gotta be. The other thing I could do is we could do. That's a good way to do that. I could do 3 of them kind of in a tighter symmetry, and then 3 more of them stacked on top of each other, and then the single one stacked at the very top, because we know we can go 3 deep with this. That means we could have a theoretical maximum of 9 drive reactors. Yeah, Tessa. Yeah, I got it. Alright, so... Nine drives, send it. Yeah, maybe we should key those on the throttle or something. Jeepers. I'm thinking. Excuse me, streamer man, where's the water for the blue glow? Just pretend there's a swimming pool there. Pretend there's a swimming pool, okay? Alright, so let's just make one of these first. So 95, you had a control surface. This was an idea that 95 came up with in chat. He's kind of a memer. Damn zoomer and your interventions or whatever. Saw that. 3 of the 6 times and up the center, 21 drives. I don't know where we'd be going, Tessa, but we'd be going there pretty quickly if we did that. Yeah, we'd be going there pretty fast. Okay, deploy shielded. We need same vessel collision. So the idea here is that the control surfaces are already bound to rates, guys. So if the drive registers an off-center thrust, right, it'll try to correct if I have SAS on.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
It will then turn these control surfaces, and the control surfaces will punch the landing leg and apply Kraken force in a different direction. Crazy, right? That's a super smart idea. In fact, control surface drives is kind of what I wanted to do with the Star Wars style ship. But this is fine. From it touching, that's 3 ticks absolute. Where do you have these things pointed? Okay, so they're pointed through on the corner right there. So that's the right distance out. So from there, 95, so 1, 2, 3. Or did I blink? 1, 2, 3. There we go. All right. How many will you need? As long as we're far away from the center of mass, Dirty Squirrel, and that's the up here in the front is really far away from it. That should be that should be enough. Even a couple of sets of control surfaces up here. And once again, dudes, if we want to get more, we'll just duplicate it. Make another one. Add 2 landing legs instead of 1. So 1, 2, 3. I mean, right? I think that's correct. Looks good. All right, so this one would be for yaw, right? All right, so let's duplicate this thing. We still launching tonight here? I don't know, man. It's pretty self-explanatory. You might want to mess with inverse authority limited, however. Yeah, because because we're so far out in front. Yeah, it works well, but these things do work relative to the center of mass. So alright, so let's set these ones to yaw. Those ones can be set to yaw. And then this one can be set to pitch. And then the roll control thrusters should be out here somewhere. In fact, I'm probably going to end up putting my roll control thrusters out with the RCS, just kind of sticking out the sides. EJ, is your streaming full time? Erudite. Rewind 10 seconds. Ask again. Yes, the answer is yes, but damn, man. I know sometimes people make typos, but damn, boy. Damn, boy. You can use the 4 controls for pizza yaw to do roll as well. Yeah, I like having dedicated control surfaces for each axis raid, but I do understand what you're saying, yes. Was that a thick typo? Yeah. Can you get Yargananant from being yogurt? You've been full-time for what, 8 years now? September 19th, well, technically September 22nd, 2015. So 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022. In September, on September 22nd of this year, that's 8 years full time. I've been streaming for a decade. Rain, that night that you found the stream and we were sitting there talking about Ford Falcon XBs and stuff, that was easily over 10 years ago. Actually, no. You noticed the stream in 2013, so that probably is actually about a decade ago. It's not over a decade. No. This dude looks like a real Eric Johnson. Thank you. Don't do this. You're asking for it. I'm going to get back to engineering my drives, and I will just leave you guys with that. Following since May 23rd. Yep. Ain't that a bee? Doesn't feel like 10 years, guys, to be honest with you. Doesn't feel like it. I found you in May 2015 when this Minecraft series called Yanate that had been streaming their SMP went inactive. Interesting. I had been working on KSP for about a year at that point, something like that. Are you gonna go to either one of the TwitchCons in Vegas or Paris? I don't know. Okay. Probably be a good idea to turn SVI on these control surfaces, huh? Actually, you know what? I'll turn them on when we get out there. Let's see if this does it. (2020) and 2021 don't count. They don't count for what? Oh, nice, Unstoppable. Yeah. Oh, Cater, the Avatar ship. That had Kraken drives in it too. That was pretty good, right? Did I tell you you're working again? You're a QA director now. Neat. Yeah, you mentioned it. I'm pretty sure. The smaller version was a little bit better. That's right, Cater. That big version, though, was pretty freaking cool. Angling all towards the center of gravity will make the TWR lower hypersonic. We might not be able to take off. By the way, you've streamed for almost 2 years straight up. Crazy. Alright, so we're out. Let's see. Same vessel collision. Right? So man, that control surface pushing against that landing gear was quite literally enough to turn the entire ship while it was still on the ground. Wow. That's pretty good, man. Hey, that's pretty good. You know what this calls for? Yes. No. Yeah. Yes. No. No, I don't. All right, MGB, pay attention. Pay attention, my dude. We design landers with endurance or choose existing ones? I don't know. Gets distracted. Squirrel! I need more water. Set authority on the Elevons to 15. Tessa, hold on. 95, what do you set the control authority to? Oh, he sets it to 15. Tessa, why didn't you just say that? Jeez. Hey, look, blue car, huh? Yeah, MGB, we figured out that the drives weren't the problem. It was the attachment, so we made a bunch of smaller drives instead. Come on, Kerbal. Let's go. Yeah, MGB, because out in Helio, what was causing the problem was 22 legs were pushing on a Mark II bay, and the attachment node on the Mark II bay couldn't do it. So we came up, when we were testing the shuttle, chat noticed that it was only 10, because I can't fit the long payload bay inside of the shuttle, I can only fit the smaller one. Chat noticed that we had this drive here. That's 10 landing legs pushing on that same exact attachment node. So I was like, okay, so what if we split up the legs, put the same amount of legs in there as the 3 bays stacked on top of each other, right? And have a bunch of smaller drives instead and put them in, well, we got new blend symmetry here. And that seems to be doing the trick. But to compensate for the thrust, we put a KRAKEN SAS on it. It's a control surface, and the control surface is it pushes on the landing legs, and that will give you KRAKEN SAS for the most part. This was an idea that 95 came up with. It's a pretty damn smart one too. Distraction would be F series. Where? All right, so if this works, all three of the Kraken SAS is engaged, so that means that's roll right. Rolling right, rolled left. Okay. So our roll surfaces need to be inverted. I don't know why I'm changing the deploy angle, but whatever. So that means roll left. Roll right. Okay, pitch down. Pitch up. That needs to be inverted as well. We're out in front of the center of mass. I'm going to go ahead and say that yaw needs to be... Yep, yaw needs to be inverted as well. Okay, SAS is on. Radial out. Let's go back down here and look at the drives. Let's see if we can compensate. Okay, we have mesh, engage. Would these count as canards? No, stability assist. We're not moving air around. We're applying force in a different direction. Tesla, don't. Differences. Kraken Force SAS, Phoenix. It's not my idea. This is not, it's 95's idea. Okay, we are getting to the engagement point on the drives. Here we go. Let's see if she takes off. Okay. Drive should go right now. We're up. Dude, this is OP. You've got to be kidding me. You gotta be kidding me. Alright. Hold on. Let's...
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
I didn't mean hold on like that, damn it. What is this? What is it? If it quacks like a duck... Shut up! These are extremely... Wait, no, 95 came up with them. 95, are they canards or not? Alright, hold on. Roll left. Roll right to compensate. Oh, frick you. It's not done yet, Erudite. Nope. Oh! Look at what has happened. Look who's stuck outside in the drizzle. Lights. Yaw and Pitch are doing their thing. They're compensating just fine. And Aqualex, you know what the best part about this is, dude? We can trim this out. You can trim it. Change the deploy angle. We can trim it. Alright. We're going. Alright, keep going with the drive engagement. We gotta see if they can get the thing to tick on. Come on, baby. Come on, fly. If this thing kicks into gear. What is that building at the end of your runway? It's a building that, Ramsey, that I placed with Kerbal Konstructs. It's a hangar for storing vehicles. Yaw is maxed, which is interesting because the rates aren't reading that. Come on, drives. Pitch is going out of whack. Alright, let me activate the engines. See what that does. Yeah, we might need the SRBs to get it, you know. Oh, I love it when Kerbal plays sound through one channel. Alright, I'm gonna revert. I saw what I wanted to see. Let's make the changes to the controls. And we'll go from there. Can you add another drive wheel set at 180 degrees? Can you add another drive wheel set at 180 degrees from the first one to add more lift and offset the yaw? Oh, like on the aft end of the ship, Starkiller? Yeah, we could do that. Yeah, Aqualex. You could, you could make a cyclic. You could make a cyclic Kraken drive doing that. You could make a, you could make a cyclic drive doing that. I've been trying to tell you that, but you didn't want to use control surfaces, S-Master. You wanted to use robotics, and that would break things. You know, I never saw your control surface one, dude. Yeah. Yeah, you could do that, but we're gonna have to save that idea for another day. This is working just fine. That would work, however, the control surface would just move since it's not physicsless. Yeah, I guess, yeah. Show me why you deserve my Twitch Prime. Schluser. Well, I usually don't do stuff like this in terms of asking for subs or anything like that. This is a 2,200 ship, 2,200 tons of ship that we're moving around. And I've successfully accelerated this thing to 77 kilometers a second before it exploded because my reactor overloaded. Seriously. We have these reactor drives in here. In Kerbal, if you crush a landing leg, it applies ridiculously high accelerated force. If you fully crush them, they don't break though, they just bend. And when they bend, you can accelerate things. I don't think anybody else is moving around 2,200 tons with basically 5 ticks a second of electrical charge. Food for thought.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Oh, hey, thanks, man. I guess that was good enough. Thanks, buddy. I appreciate it. Yeah, it's all part of my grand touring project. I'm trying to send KSP off with some style. And we're going to do that by building the mothership. No, chat, Jeb is not dead. He just went home. When is the next hot tub stream? The only hot tub stream I would ever do, dude, is one of me fixing a hot tub if it was broken. That's the only one. That's the only one, dude.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
In a speedo though? No. Am I the only one that would watch that? No, it'd be freaking hilarious. It's just a guy, well, I'm just trying to fix the dang hot tub. Looks like some of the jets are clogged. I've just got to get in there, make sure that some of these jets dang old get away from what they're trying. You know, we got to make sure that people don't clog it up with all the weird stuff, boy. Just clogging everything up in my damn old jets. Could the shuttle's payload bay be converted into one giant hot tub? Serious question. Or do you need to plug too many things? The payload bay isn't even airtight, Blinga. I don't think you'd have much luck with water. Don't ask, Minnie. Roger, shame. Why would this be a shame? I'm so confused. Why would this? Why? Oh, shame. Can't make it into a swimming pool. What? KSP2 have a hot tub feature. Guys, you're killing me right now. You're killing me. But the answer is I have no idea. I don't know. We're just gonna have to wait and see. Okay, we just got to be cognizant about letting the things go when the drives are engaged. But if my math is serving me left, because these are fairing attached drives, it shouldn't be an issue. We should just be able to just power right through it. Mute this fast cause song, but oh my god, the view. It's pretty good. Pretty good view. Are you gonna cover the orange tanks? You could, but guys, you remember I never finished fleshing out the front or the rear of the ship. This is the only part of the ship that's done, and like this center section is the only part that's done. That part isn't finished. This part down here is not finished because we stumbled into some problems with propulsion 2 days ago. But we're looking to fix that now. Yeah. Excuse me. Sorry about the burp. Bleh. 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 K drives are OP, but do they have actual limitations? They're tough to control, Rain. You need Kraken. You need SAS basically. You need SAS to control them. At least a heading hold SAS, which means you need power. But see, like Kraken drives can make a lot of. They have like theoretically infinite delta V, but obviously you're going to need a way to generate. You're going to need a way to generate power, and you also need to know how to drive the thing. Because if I hit Eve's atmosphere going 70 kilometers a second, there's going to be no ship left. And this is the reason why I like Kraken drives over like a theoretical infinite fuel drive, right? The infinite fuel drives can work if you make a Kraken drive or make a Cal controller give an engine negative thrust. It can generate fuel for you from electrical. It's hilarious, but there's no like whatever. Okay, so now you just have rocket engines can fire forever. Now that's just infinite fuel. I don't like doing stuff that way. The Kraken drives are hard to control. So you have the theoretical infinite power of the Kraken in your hand. But yeah, if you don't use it right, it could blow the entire ship to smithereens. Okay. Let's get that up. Get the drive bay and the accelerometer. Toggle display. Accelerometer is up. We have good initial engagement. Negative fuel drive plus fuel cells a pretty fun high efficiency engine. Yeah. I like the Kraken drives, dude. I like the Kraken drives because you have to engineer them. I think that's really neat. I mean, this is just basically like if we had fusion, you would never have to refuel the stupid thing. It's like nuclear-powered aircraft carriers. The nuclear-powered aircraft carriers need to be refueled. So like Nimitz and Ford-class carriers, they need to be refueled. But they ain't refueling them with fuel for the ship. They're refueling them with fuel for the airplanes. Which is, I always thought that was really cool. Anyway, we are almost at drive engagement. So boosters and ignignot. Ooh. Wrong separators. Check yo staging, boy. You know what? It's fine. That won't end poorly. It'll be fine. My left ear loves this. That's a lot of go. Alright, shut the mains down. Alright, so what we're gonna do is if the drives do engage without ripping us to shreds and we start accelerating up out of here, I am going to test separating the SRBs with the drive still engaged just to see what happens. To shreds, you say? Yes. Come on, drives. Oh my god, there it goes! All drives are engaged. Rate controllers are good. Pitch control is coming back in. Go, baby, go! Nice! Fly, baby, fly! Bruh, we're going too fast. We're going too... You know what? You know what? No. No. This is a good test. Transonic. Transonic at 1,800 meters off the ground. Oh my gosh, there's no way this thing is surviving this. Punch it, Chewie! It's a terrible Wookiee impression, I don't care. We're supersonic at 3,700 meters off the ground. Pitch rate. Alright. I see it. I see it. Good eye. Good eye. It's compounding. I gotta throttle down the drives. We can't take the aero forces. We're going way too fast. Alright, alright, alright. Back it out, back it out, back it out. I'm compensating and it's... Oh, it's still going up, man. We're still accelerating. No. Rates are still acceptable. Max Q. Back it out. I'm backing out the drives and it's still going up, dude. Look at this thing freaking go. We're launching a skyscraper into space. And that's my drives. The drives decided to engage. Give me the blue light. Okay. 2.5 G. We're at 800 meters a second at 21. That's a little bit fast. Okay, shut the blue lights off. We're not out of the woods yet. Green light to engage. Past a kilometer a second. Hopefully the first of many. Will you fist punch the air? Maybe. So four of the SRBs are not going to attach with separator, or not going to detach with separators. So let's just oh my god. Come back now. Whatever. See what it does. Yep. With the drives engaged, we were fine. Well, that's an interesting separation if I've ever seen one. Huh. Yeah, those SRBs will RTL. Actually, they will land back in. They will land. Looking at that trajectory, they should land down at KSC. If not, they're going to be very close. Ship is still accelerating. Alright, we can ramp these things back up here. It's the rates, the rates would break. $2.7, 2.8, 2.9, 3 Gs. We're at 3 Gs and this thing is only at 50. Yeah. Yeah, that's like a third throttle, guys. A third of throttle. Keep going. 4.2. Is there a benefit to shooting straight out instead of slingshotting around? When you have 1,000,000 meters a second delta V, Astro, it really doesn't matter. Dude, this thing will stay on course as long as my SAS engages, and as long as we're generating electrical charge, we are fine. We can literally go anywhere. Accelerate to any speed, go anywhere. Yeah, it's basically like a ship from Star Wars, homie. Alright, well. Let's go to the moon, shall we? We're already heliocentric. Okay, 5.5 Gs. Still nice and stable. Rates are well within tolerance here. It is compensating. Easily compensating. Six Gs. This is a 2,200 ship. 2,200 ton ship, by the way, guys. I only burned a little bit of fuel. 2188. Six Gs. Chat helped me on this one, Rain. Rates are still good. That yaw is really... Yeah. How do I prevent my Kraken drives from leaving without the rest of the ship it was attached to? Sincerely, Dad Joke Cinema. Lesser amount of legs, dude. Will do you right. Lesser amount of legs per bay. We'll do it. That's why I split the drives, Dad Joke. Yeah, the game is having trouble figuring that one out. We're starting the tour. This is a shakedown flight. Here. There we go. Now the drives are on. When I tried to do my prototype, it accelerated to only 11 meters a second and kept that speed. You need more landing legs. KSAS is OP. Absolutely, Tessa. Are we even pushed to the maximum? Nope. You can see why you call it a shakedown. Ah ha ha! Nice. Do the ships in the Expanse cruise at 1G? They do. We don't have time for that. We're going to cruise at 6.5. Okay, drive is fully engaged, guys. That's freaking sick, dude. Dude, this, yeah, 95, this is ridiculous. This drive is locked in. It's so precise. How did Belters not die when cruising at 1G? I don't know, maybe you get used to it. How many parts? The ship right now is 911 parts, but we can go through and optimize. There's plenty of room to optimize. I still need to mess with the front, redo it just a little bit, but yeah, not bad. Now we're talking. Crossing 10 kilometers a second here. Yeah, the juice, Dirty Squirrel, that's right. They did have that. All right. I'm going to try something crazy here. I'm going to roll the drive and see what it does. We're going to roll the KSAS, see what happens. Works. That works better than RCS. Unbelievable. $95, man. Good call. Do a flip. Max acceleration, we're at 6.5 right now, Hibbit, with a 2,000-ton ship. Guys, just a little bit of reference here. This is, that's as heavy as a shuttle stack fully fueled. Like space shuttle, external tank full of fuel, SRBs full of fuel. That's about 2,000 tons, just for some reference here. The fact that it's stably doing this is pretty damn impressive. Well, Hillness, what we could do is I could overclock my impulse engines. We could overclock the rhinos. It's not like we don't have enough fuel to do that, right? I still think that the back of the ship is going to rud once we get out into solar orbit, but I do want to test it. I get that you're currently at 6.5, but if Chewie punched it, what could it get to? We're at max throttle right now, dude. If the ship was lighter, I bet you we could double it. half the mass, I bet you we could go 10. We could go past 10 easily. We can still one tick the legs. Tessa, I don't think we're gonna need to. Yeah. I don't think we're going to need to, guys, to be honest with you. I don't even... Sorry. I mean, we're going 16 kilometers a second, man. We can go, yeah, Rain, we can go anywhere with this thing. We could go anywhere. Anywhere we want. Right now, I just need to fly. We're going to fly past the moon. We're going to do a flyby, and we're going to go out into solar orbit and see what happens. 2 times the drives? Guys, this drive can be time warped. Like, I don't know what to tell you. I don't think we need to do... How goes the tour? I got the drives fixed, Ree. We just basically got to finalize the ship. It's super stable now. We have basically smaller Kraken drives up at the front that are being pushed by control surfaces. And those are keeping our attitude stable, so... No, Rain, the point of this test is to send it as hard as you freaking can. I think the drive is still going to break when we try to engage it. I think it's going to break the back of the ship off, which, once again, I had a feeling there were some structural gremlins down here. I had a feeling. But, yeah. How do you find a workaround for the drive issue? We split the drives up, believe it or not. Wait, what's the center drive doing? No, they're all pushing up at the same. Well, no, they're not. They're not. All the outside drives are pushing up, but that one isn't. You mean we did all that and I had one of these grandparents strutted? They're all great. Oh no. How did that happen? Okay, hang on a second here. Hang on a second. Back this out. The drives work better when they're not grandparents strutted. But see, here's the thing. Was our test out? Was the test out in Helio? Was it grandparents strutted then? Because we might still have a problem then, guys. All right. Well. See what happens now. Yeah, Lostkin, you crush the landing legs inside of the payload bay. Crush these landing legs inside of a payload bay, and if you crush them sufficiently, they'll start accelerating the vehicle. So Hibbit, yeah, let's see. This might be. Yeah, it's raining, Tessa, yeah. Okay, we should be getting a mesh on the drive here in the next 10 seconds. Accelerometer starting to read acceleration. 0.1. Still accelerating, 4 Gs. Oh, we're not going to crash into the moon. We're out. Why is this one drifting more than the other ones? Yeah, no, XJ, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Why is that one moving more than the other ones? That's very peculiar. Oh, wait a minute. I thought I saw something flying around out here. Must have been a balloon. Bullet, wait, I'm new. If I'm understanding this correctly, are we accelerating off of a glitch in the game involving landing gear and perpetual forward motion? That's it. Bullet, yeah, you got it. I wanted to send off KSP with all of the craziest game-breaking ridiculousness that I could think of. So I built this crazy starship right here. Not starship like SpaceX, just this cool space vehicle, and I'm thinking Grant next week and the going up to KSP 1, send it everywhere. Moon, Minmus, Ike, Duna, Drez, Eve, wherever. We'll send it. Yeah, something's very strange with this drive, dudes. Taco Bell. I don't understand why one drive is like shooting out further than the other. But wait, that one's still grandparent. Oh, that one still has the grandparent strut on. Or did I just enable it? I don't know. Let's 7 total, Silver Soul, yeah. Alright, let's just watch it. These all should, like, kind of rise at the same time. If they don't rise in symmetry, we're going to have to compensate with the drive up front, which is more trim than a... Gonna have to trim it out. Alright, I'm gonna ramp the drive this way. This thing doesn't have like a strut running to it or something, right? It's just this one that's a troublemaker. No wonder it's not bending with the other ones, Tessa. It's one tick down. It's one tick down. You mean we've been flying with asymmetric Kraken drives this entire time? And the grandparent strut probably explains why it was compensating. Holy crap, dude. 6.5G isn't even our theoretical max. Not even close. I want to fix that, dudes. Let's go back and fix it. Yeah, that means we got a really stable system. Overclock the mains when you're at it. Yeah, Tessa, you keep saying that. What is overclocking? You want me to one tick down? No, I'm not doing that. These drives work just fine. Yeah, Primo, we were rolling, dude. Real quick. Real quick. Is it crooked in here too? Both of... What the frick? I'm so confused. That should be up there. What's the schedule for the Grand Tour? Well, we'll get up into Kerbal orbit. Moon. We're not going to spend too much time there. We know it. Minmus, we're not going to spend too much time there either. And then I think from there, probably set course for Moho and then just work our way out from there. The Separatron staging. Thank you. Yeah, we'll plant flags, sure. What day are you hoping to start? Monday. Monday. Yeah, these were all grandparents strutted. Okay. Eve is a very hard planet to land on. You might want to do that last. I mean, yeah, maybe. See, with Eve, we're gonna need another solution. We need overclocked engines because we won't have the SRBs. All right. Is there anything else? Any other changes that we needed to make? Yeah, Dirty Squirrel, I would like to. I would like to do a grand tour and, you know, it would be cool if we could, what's the word? I lost my train of thought. Damn it. I'm starting to get tired. But we need to finish this. We got to overclock the engines. That's what I was getting at. I have to fix the back end of the ship. You're working a Kraken propeller. Oh, that's cool. Cool. I'd like to do it in real time. I'd like to do this in real time. I think that would be
Discovery,
neat.
go at throttle up.
6 shock, 5 siege. 9-month resub. Take the Bezos. I will take Bezos. So let's look into this here. How much thrust are these Clydesdales putting out off the pad? 2,900. So our liftoff thrust is 2845. Okay. Yeah, Stuart, we might. Can you try re-entry on Kerbal? Yeah, I suppose. I don't know what you're gonna want me to do with this. Actually, with the Kraken... Could work. Well, we need to overclock. The engines we need a little bit. Oh, shoot. Yeah, Tessa, but that means we'd need to overclock these to 700 kilonewtons, or 7,000 kilonewtons per engine. Overclocking these to 7,000 kilonewtons per engine will do exactly what the Kraken drive did. It'll break it. It'll break the engines right off. We need clusters. $13.79. Not if you ramp up slowly. Yeah, but the rhino plume, that was my thought exactly, Core. Alright. Okay. That's right. Okie dokie. So now these engines are going to produce an insane amount of thrust to the point where if I peg the throttle real quick, it'll break the entire ship. I just literally gave my engines enough thrust to propel this at the speed that the Kraken drive does, which is... Well, if there's any structural gremlins back here, we're about to find it, fellas. So now we theoretically should not need these. We can get rid of them. Yeah, this thing should just be able to take off with the engines. But, like, how's that actually... Oh. Oh. While I'm here, let's do this. Hang on 1 second. We're getting to it. Kilo, give me a moment. We have made progress. I switched the drive configuration around with some help from chat, and we hopefully have made something that you're gonna enjoy here. I still think I need to redo the back of the ship, but like I said, guys, I'm here for the duration, guys. So park in. We need to finish this. I want this ship ready to go. So here we go. Let me shut the doors. Yeah, Tessa, we're going to have to slow ramp the thrust here or else this thing is going to blow up right on ignition. Yeah, we got to be very careful with this, man. We got to be really careful. Or else it'll go the way of the Reliant Robin space shuttle, you know what I'm saying? That's not what the expanse motors look like, Core. But the cool thing is that I angled the motors that when we're up in vacuum, the expansion wave coming out of the engines lines up. So it looks like, trust me. You wait till you see them fire. This is testing though. We need to know exactly what the limit is. If I hit the spacebar right now, Duck, they will explode. The whole ship will just go up. Not in the way that we want. It will go up, but it'll come back down really quickly right after that. You can also stack the Kraken SAS if you want to. 95, what I was thinking would be kind of interesting is having a set on the back that's equidistant from center of mass somewhere. So like if I have another set in the payload bay, then we could use Kraken SAS for translation as well. I mean, theoretically. Yup. Okay. Engine to dig not. Okay. Alright, let me get the cowl up. Drive bays are closing. We have good engagement. SAS, well, we don't need RCS. Just do that. Kraken SAS is online. What? Chat. Silly chat. All right, here we go. Ready? Just actually, you know what? Before we go and send this thing, let's just set that there and see how much thrust these put out. Those are getting kind of hot, dudes. Those are getting kind of hot. I told you. I think the engines, each engine last registered 6,500 kilonewtons. They're still alive though, but I think it overheated. Yeah, it overheated. That's why I said to wait till hovering. Yeah, the fairing's overheated. Because all that heat was being trapped in the fairing. Tessa, I really hate to break it to you. That's going to happen anyway. It's going to happen anyway. Sorry. It's going to happen. Add vectors. No. No, I'll send it again. We'll try to do what Tessa wants. Yeah, it should do the same thing, but radiator spam. Gonna need another way to flex the heat. I don't know why the fairing is blocking the heat. You know what I mean? I don't think radiators will do it, S. I don't think they can flex heat that fast. We could attach heat shields. Could. A blade of radiators. I mean, that's basically what a heat shield does, Mini, right? Is this still true for KSP2 initial release date, February 24th, 2023? Yes, because that's when early access for KSP2 comes out. It's not a full release, but yes. Doesn't the engine plate include the engine mounted to it? There's no engine plates down there, Checkered. It's two fairings attached to each other. We could have a tertiary set of drive, Duke. Never mind secondary. Hi, by the way. Long time no see. More boosters. Usually... Could you use an engine plate to cheat the thermals? I mean, yeah, maybe. Alright. Cal, SAS engaged. Radial out. Accelerometer engaged. Here we go. We'll air start them, Tessa. Yeah, I see what you're saying, but I still think the heat might be an issue. We just gotta be careful. But then again, we only need the engines to give us that little kick for a second. So yeah, you might be right in this regard. The same should apply for Eve, yes. Okay. Here we go. We're up with just the drives. Okay. Headphone users' engines are coming on in 10 seconds. That was me. I did that. Should be enough. Gotta let it cool off. All right, Tessa, we're high enough. Didn't do it. Didn't do it. No, S. Don't change the subject. I really need to. Oh, well, there goes the bottom of the ship. Well, the back fell off. Well, chat, the back fell off. Does that mean it's not coming on then? No, it's down there somewhere. Yep, parts are falling off. Yeah, that's fine. We didn't need that. You know what? We probably should overheat that engine just to be sure. You know, just to be sure. Yeah, there we go. Oh my gosh, that sent it! Oh no, what's wrong with the payload? Why did that do it? Oh my god. Oh my gosh. We are so screwed. Oh my goodness. That's an explosion, man. Damn. Holy balls. Where's Jeb? Jeb. Oh, you're... Wait, he's alive. You're alive. Hey, that's good. That's good. All right. That's so ridiculous. Bob. Oh, Bob. No. Bob. He's still good? He's still good? No way. It was Bill. It was Bill, and he's still alive. See? And Jeb's just watching the fireworks. Yeah, we have to ride the shockwave. Yeah, the cabin is very crash rated. Very, very crash rated. Absolutely. Uh-oh. Jeb's just touching grass. Jeb's just touching grass. You should do that too. Wait a sec. Strange thought. Remove the rhinos and launch again. See if it launches. Tessa, the jolt from the engine exploding activated the drives. It's not the rhinos. It's the jolt. Which is... I don't know. Dude. It's kind of hot in these rhinos. Right? Like, is that... If the back didn't fall off, we would have been fine. Yeah, Kilo, the compression lift, right? Cool. Also, yes, up dutes for XB70. Tessa, we might not need that much thrust to make this do. But I'm also super worried about, like, I don't know why the heat isn't going through the rest of the craft. I don't know why it's getting stuck in the fairing. What if it's based on the acceleration? Yeah, well, you got to give it a jolt. A jolt is an acceleration rate, so I'm not, like, now I'm like, that's what you need to shift it. You need something to shift it. Now, we were using the SRBs before, but yeah. If we could just figure out a way to reliably jolt the drive into high gear, we'll be good. We got to make sure the kickdown works, to speak in car terms. Can you make a Kraken spring that stays on the ground? Yeah. Is the fairing actually open, or does the game think they're closed? What? I don't... Those fairings are... They're closed fairing. Anything inside them is occluded. Oh, yeah, that's probably why these are overheating. Yeah. Okay. So how about we take the engines and we attach them to an interstage node on the 5 meter fairing. Wait, it's still gonna be inside of the dang thing. Shroud? No. No, that one needs to be outside of the nozzle, or it needs to be outside of the fairing shape, like over here. That should do it. That should fix it. See, because it's outside of the fairing shape, that should do it. There we go. What about the indicator lights? What about them? Yeah, we'll try dumping the clutch. Yeah, that'll work, I think. Good evening. Took a trip to the KSP Discord. Oh. My goodness, people are upset. Yeah, I'm a little bit disappointed in the KSP community. Not you guys. You guys are fine. But yeah, I'm a little disappointed, man. I can't believe that. I can't believe it. It's an early access game, guys. They'll optimize it for lower settings. They have to. Like they absolutely will. They're giving everybody's got to remember they're giving the specifications for early access, and early access indicates that the game is unoptimized, right? It indicates it's not optimized, which is par for the course for an early access game. How are you going to optimize KSP right now? How are you going to do that? How are you going to optimize KSP 2? That's impossible. There's no way to optimize that game without mass playtesting, which is why early access in KSP 2 is a genius solution. That's a really smart way to do that. Especially since the game already has the infrastructure for multiplayer, base building, interplanetary ships, other star systems, etc., etc. The game already has that stuff in it. It's just not enabled because they're optimizing the game around how people play it. Funny how that works. Speaking of which, does that mean you're going to upgrade your PC? Not going to. Already have. Well, I haven't put the parts in yet. Have you seen the new web deep field images? Yeah, exactly, Phoenix. KSP 1 was an unoptimized mess. I'm not worried, dude. I'm really not. I'm really not worried at all. I mean, if it was supposed to be a ground-up refactor, I don't know how it ended up 4 times the file size and 40 times the performance requirement. It's not. It's not. It's unoptimized right now. So they gave specifications for the game in an unoptimized state. It's early access specification requirements, Loopy. I'm telling you that it won't. Now the game size, like size of the game, 45, 60 gigabytes. There's nothing you can do about that. That's just getting good textures in the game. All right, hang on. Let me activate the engines. That deep field picture is sweet, dude. Oh yeah, the jetpack squall. Yeah, me gusta. Did you hear the ladder noise climbing up the ladder? Clunk, 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 clunk. Okay. You don't need that much though. Like the restock makes the game look better with less because they stick to things like textile density and don't throw a 4K texture on a part 10 centimeters across. I mean, Loopy, I'll be honest with you, dude. I don't think you're listening to what I'm saying, but I really don't. I think you want to be upset. Like, tell me I'm wrong. Like, I'm not trying to be mean, dude. I'm trying to hurt anybody's feelings, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm telling you that you should be able to run it. If how I think about this is if how I'm thinking about this is right, you should be able to. It shouldn't be an issue. All right, let's see if these things overheat. Go into thermal view. Yeah, they still overheat. Damn. Yeah, Duck, that's what I can't wrap my head around, man. That's what I'm like, why would they do that? Like, maybe it's because I know them and I can put a face to a name. I know these guys know what they're doing, but yeah, it's interesting to me. All right, we should get drive engagement here momentarily. I hope so, Ark. That's why I'm kind of here for the duration tonight. That's for my spin. Okay. That's what I'm saying, or not? Yeah. Like, I don't know what else to say, guys. Those are the minimum specs for an unoptimized version of Kerbal, basically without any enhancements done to it, which is pretty much the state of what a game would be in, like in early access. And early access is basically like pre-alpha, right? Like, makes sense to me. Like, I don't understand why people are getting confused. Now, I will say, like I said this a little bit earlier when we were talking about it. On the other hand, you know, it kind of sucks that some people have to, you know, some people don't have $800 to go and buy a card, and I understand that. That's fine. I mean, you, like, might have to wait a little bit, which blows, but it is what it is, you know. Like, I don't know how else. What are they gonna do? Are they gonna optimize around hardware from 5 years ago? That doesn't seem like a wise business decision, don't you think? Anyway, it is what it be, so it do. Let's fly. Let me get the drive kind of spooled up here. Let's see if we can kick it into high gear. This isn't Bardcore anymore, Nova. I got my 3050 last year, and that doesn't meet min spec. Yeah, okay. So you're not. You guys aren't listening to me. I don't want to talk about it anymore. You're not listening. You want to be upset. Like, I'm gonna keep flying my ship, okay? All right. Let's see if we can give it a little. Give it a little something, something. Yeah, Goggles. We figured out that splitting the drives up into smaller drives actually makes it mesh a lot better. I'm just trying to see if we can get a good kick in the pants for this thing. Oh, that wasn't enough. Tessa, let's just give it the beans. I'm just gonna try to modulate the engine, see if we can give it the kick that it needs. Pulsing the engines is actually doing something to the drives, interestingly enough. Floor it. Floor it. Because watch. They kind of sit at 1G, right? And then... Huh. How is that not enough? Let me see the thrust here. Interesting. Interesting. Demo, you still here, buddy? It's the... You're telling me the thrust from those things has been occluded this entire time? I'm stupid, man. Yeah, it didn't like it. Because look at it turn. Come on, blow up the fairing, but not the engine. There we go. We got 2. 3. Come on, come on, get the other one to pop. There we go. Yeah! Fly, baby, fly! That's so stupid that worked. Oh my gosh. Oh, we are so dead. We're so dead. This thing is so... Oh, what the frick just happened? The back fell off again. Oh, we die. We die now. Oh, we're done. That's the end of that. That's the end of that. Adios. It's been fun. Oh my god. I'm so stupid. I'm so dumb. I can't believe it. I can't believe I made that mistake. That's really stupid of me. What do? We die. Yeah, look, see, we had a catastrophic reactor explosion. Blew the back of the ship off. Wait, where's Bill and Jeb? Okay. Ah, there they are. We good. That's fine. Wait, do we still have some? Here, hold on. You guys, EVA, jump, parachute, just so I know you're okay. EVA, jump, parachute, just so I know you're okay. No, not that piece. I need the, yes, this piece. Kraken drive still working? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, no, probe core broke off. Damn. Thank you for flying New Shepard. Alright. So, yeah. Okay, they would have survived. There's clearly some structural gremlins down there. There's something about those engine fairings holding the butt on. Yes. Thank you for flying New Shepard. So, we gotta get the thrust transform of that engine out of the fairing shape. We can do this. We can do this. I can make this work. I can't believe, though, that this entire time that thing has been occluded. I'm really stupid for not noticing that, and I'm really stupid for building it that way. Now this thing will kick. Heck, Tessa, dude, for all I know, an unoverclocked engine will do it. For all we know. Because those engines have never done anything. Make the fairings properly hollow. Well, okay, how are we going to do that? We're going to need an engine plate in the mix, right? Can I have my W now? No, I hate you. Go away. Is the thrust transform for the Rhino in the center of it? Oh, for God's sake. Just don't close the fairings? What do you mean just don't close the fairings? The fairings are already not closed. I don't understand. I knew it was occluded. I figured it was just for decoration. No, I'm just an idiot. But so are you sometimes, so it kind of evens out. So that means in order to get this to work, we need this thing to be sticking out here. Actually, it needs to be right there. Now the engines will work. But Tessa, the thing is, can we? Yeah, we got another Falcon 9. Yeah, 1 hour until Falcon 9. Yeah. Can these engines hold this thing up? It says if you alt left click Aqualux, it'll leave the fairing open. That's what I did, but that's not. It doesn't hollow it in the way that we think it does. At least I can reintegrate a shuttle. Maybe you'll figure it out in KSP too. You know, you put those kappas after the messages S and, you know, under the guise of kidding. I don't think you're kidding from time to time. It's kind of sad, man. Alright. Last. Give me a second, Checkered. The Tachi had landing legs. I don't know about the Donager. Help. I'm poking an AI with a friend asking Bing Chat AI to make a KOS script for Kerbal. And it's asking the right questions. I don't know what to say. Checkered, I'm looking for your last. I don't see it. It's, yeah, if it's a tag, it's not there, dude. You type it again, please. Could you put the engine at the top of the fairing and move it in? It's really where the thrust transform is. Alright. Alright, screw this. Give me the stupid thing. Delete the stupid fairing. And then give me a 5-meter engine plate. Put a 5-meter engine plate. Not on the main attachment node. We'll do this old school. Truss structure out. And now, oh no, it's attached wrong. There we go. We want it to attach to the big node. Yeah. Disable staging. Okay, take this, build the fairing, close the fairing on the engine plate, and then take the engine plate and move it that way. That's an open fairing. This should work. but the engine plate needs to be in the right position for it to work. Okay. Now, I know this looks kind of dumb here. Just give me a second. That needs to be in the right place for the fairing to find it. Hey? Maybe if we reload it? Ha! Ha ha! Yeah! Alright. There we go. Now that the game understands where these fairings need to be, like that, and then I still got to figure out that poo-poo face down there. Okay. Now, if we take this and we move it forward in 4x symmetry like that, just like that, we move it in front of the thrust transform. This should do it. This should work. Let me just make sure that those are still overclocked. They are. Okay, 783. All right, here we go. Let's do this. Isn't working with fairings and symmetry fun? No. No, it's not. It's not fun at all. Deja vu. A deja vu happens when there's a glitch in the matrix. That means they changed something. We're trapped. Tessa, I still can't help but think that the I don't even think we need to overclock the engines. I think the engines just giving it a little jolt is enough, to be honest with you. Wait a minute. We did burns with this thing before, and it did in space with those engines on, and they were able to... Were they? Oh my gosh. These past couple of days have been a blur. I don't even remember. No, Tessa, we circular... My face hurts. My face hurts. Noob question. I've been trying to get this thing down on Eve, but it wants to flip around and explode. Any suggestions? Center of mass is too far forward. Check the way you drain the tanks. Either that or Arrow is taking it. I did use the engines to generate electricity. I do remember that, Bomb. Yeah, but I could have sworn I used it when we were out by the moon one time. I mean, clearly I'm wrong. Like, you know, like... I don't know, Dirty. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Yep. No. Entry plates, man. Not even once. Yeah, 95. I think your COM is still too high. Either that or some funky arrows going on. There is a SpaceX launch soon. Yep. Now the weird thing about that is that why did that do that? That's the same. It's the same thing. It's the same fairing shape. Why did that do that? That makes no sense. The engine stick out too far? Yeah, it's possible. Let's just move that up there and then move this more forward, I guess. Like, we can go that far if we really want to. Let's try that. Quick update. The Project Endurance continues. SpaceX audio is online. Very nice. The update is get an umbrella if you're near KSC. Could you, man? Yeah, all right. I think Kerbal is due for a restart. 22 gigs of RAM. 22 gigs of...
Discovery, go and throttle up.
20 freaking 2 gigs of RAM is how much this game is using right now. You've got to be kidding me. So see that memory leak never got fixed? No. Restart, get some coffee. Yep. KSP2 only needs 16 gig. All right, that was funny. But you're going to piss so many people off saying that, dude. Jesus Christ. No. Yes. Yes. All right. Does this... Yeah. All right, let's just Okay, fellas, the back of the ship is just hanging there. Oh my god. We should probably engage those drives, like, soon. I heard something break down there. I heard something explode. Oh, when the drive's engaged, that's gonna end so poorly. Drive still didn't engage. Oh, there they go! Oh, okay.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I just wanted to stop here. And explain to you guys what just happened. Well, if you look at the accelerometer, currently we are pulling over 15 Gs. We are making 33 meganewtons of drag. And the dynamic pressure is at 54,000 pascals, 700 meters off the ground. Yep. We didn't need that, I guess. Nope. 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 Wow. Dude. The game doesn't even know what to do. The game doesn't even know. It's just like... Dude. That is ridiculous. So, guys, okay, all right. We just imparted so much force onto that drive. That ship that's 2,000 tons took off. Those numbers, the G's, there is Sidewinder missile. Like, I'm amazed the ship didn't obliterate itself on acceleration. The fact that it actually made it through acceleration with the back hanging off is a testament to how strong this thing actually is, except with the exception of the back. The rest of the ship, though, is nice and strong. No, the front... Wait a minute. Do they have the KRAKEN SAS still engaged? Hang on. Stop rolling. Bro! Pull up! No. What the just happened? What? But why? What? Why did it do that? Oh, it was bent. Yeah, get off vent, or I'll have you bent. Yeah, it's fine now. See, she's good. Want to pitch up? We can pitch up. That's good. You want to pitch down? Yeah, you can pitch down. Oh, nope, lost the control surface. Yeah, okay. All right. I think it's time to, yeah, maybe I'm gonna go coffee and we'll coffee and we'll restart Kerbal. Yeah. Yeah. Pitch, please. So what is this? Is this using landing gear, pressing against control surfaces to generate roll force? Yaw pitch and roll, Panja. It's a KRPC SAS. Yeah, KRPC drive SAS. Yeah, that actually affords us to be able to not have to place drives in like an arrangement. We can actually just place them in a circle. Yeah. So with a KRPC SAS, you could do warp nacelles. Like you could put your KRPC drives like out in nacelles and be like Zephyrim Cochrane and, you know, just warp around. Warp. Yeah, it's pretty awesome. You saw it just playing around with the front of the ship. That control system can keep the whole ship on an even keel. Not to the point where the back is falling off and we're accelerating at 15 Gs at 700 meters off the ground. Yeah, I think it's safe to say that our system got a little saturated that time. But we could always upgrade it too, which is pretty nuts. Hey, Scott, 37 months. Kraken rum is pretty good. Oh, yes. Yeah. We are the masters of our domain. Like the Dutch conquering the ocean. We are the masters of our domain. 21 gigs. Yeah, how about we end task? Give my computer a little bit of a break here. Yeah, we have Inmarsat 6 soon. Yeah, that's KRPC SAS right there. It's quite good. We can make like, dude, we could put Kraken tech, we could put a KRPC SAS system, KRPC SAS inside of like a TIE fighter shaped vehicle or an X-Wing shaped vehicle, and it'll do. It'll do, man. It'll do. How many WAM SWATs does your motherboard have? You know, it's like we are the masters of our domain, like the Dutch fighting against the ocean, right? So, www, if you're here, I actually went and looked. You showed me that video about the history of Schiphol Airport. So, you guys want to see something cool, just on a side note, while we're giving my computer a little bit of a reprieve here? Okay, so you see the airport? You see all this, you see how all the farmland around here is like all different shapes, but over the airport, like right around the airport, it's all very, like the farmland is very rectangular and very straightforward. Anybody want to know why? You want to see something nuts? All right, you see that line right there? Seriously, see the line? The moat that goes around the airport. See it right there? See the moat? If you look at said moat, it goes all the way around, goes all the way up here, and then it reconnects in with itself. Yeah, that's all reclaimed land. They filled. There was a lake there. No, there is no lake there. And the airport got built on top of it. Yeah, pretty interesting. They needed flat land. They did need flat land. Originally, it was done for farming. Jason, you want to know what year they did that? They did that in 1852. 1852. So, like, pre-U.S. Civil War, they didn't fill it. They just pumped it out still. And then built a moat around it so the water wouldn't flood this farmland. What airport is that? Amsterdam Schiphol. Yeah, that's pretty frigging impressive. That's pretty impressive. This is what we do in Kerbal. We wage war. And we are the masters of our domain. What pump? They were using windmills. They used windmills. Squirrely. They used a windmill to pump water. 170 years ago. No, more than that. Yeah, 170 years ago. Freaking windmill water pumps. Yeah, I know, Oculus. It's pretty bananas. Diesel pumps. Yeah, nowadays. Original green energy gang. All right. I'm getting some coffee. But yes, we are the master of our domain in that regard. You believe that? Filling in the ocean like that? Unbelievable. All right, I got coffee. Missed a call? Phone? Phone? No, there's no missed calls. Bree? We heard it. Hello?
Hi,
What's up?
Can I talk to you about plans for tomorrow?
Yeah, sure. Excuse me for a moment, please. Alright. Be right back. It's a sec. Nice. Alright. Sorry, there was pizza. I had to go get it. Apparently SpaceX is online. Something about that? Something about SpaceX being online? Okay. Yes, I ran. It's snowing out. I didn't feel like getting snowed on. Well, it was snowing out. Kind of like freezing rain right now.